Hello, hello. Oh, okay, yes. It does look like my microphone is on and you should be able to hear me. Okay, that's... Oh, wait, no, I can't see chat if I do that. Okay, we will do that. It's a perfect spot for my microphone. I can see chat, I can type, and I can ask you, how is the volume? Both of my voice and the music. Well, I don't know, maybe you can read lips. No, but seriously though, music to my voice, music is loud, yeah, I figured it might be. Voice is fine. Okay, we can adjust these things. There are solutions to these problems. How is that now? Oh, wait, no, that's not what I wanted. Damn it, computer, do what I want, not what I tell you to do. Okay. Kitty cats? As in plural? Are you getting siblings to adopt together? Because that's fucking awesome. Yes, after working in an animal rescue for as many years as I did, I definitely would recommend 100% adopting in pairs. Are they from that same litter of kittens you showed me pictures of? And is your mom okay with this, or is it still going to be a surprise? Hold on. Just gotta respond to something real quick. Okay, so yeah, I'll go on about my little Rona story real quick. Give it a chance for other people to show up and hang out. So last week my brother, my sister-in-law, and my two nephews came into town for a visit, and it was a whole lot of fun. We went swimming at my stepdad's house. I've lost weight. Everybody keeps saying that, but honestly, I feel bigger and more bloated than ever. But I also took measurements recently, and I'm taking up less space, volume-wise, I guess, since the last. I think I was at my biggest in October, but I was about at least 15 pounds heavier then. Now, keep in mind, I have been. And we're going to get to it when we get into more details about this, our little presentation today. But I have been basically taking legal speed, which is prescribed by my doctor, and I've been keeping a very detailed medicine journal. Actually, hold on. Let me switch some windows around because chat is all the way on the other side of the monitor I'm not supposed to be looking at, and I can't see you. If I can't see chat and respond to you, then what's the point of streaming? But thank you for that. So I think that's part of it. And I've also been making little changes here and there to deal with my hypercortisolemia, which is a thing. It's when your body produces too much cortisol, and then you start growing a second face out of your first face. And your posture starts to suck real bad, and you get one of those like fatty humps on the back of your neck, and all the fat gets stored in your belly for whatever reason, and you get stretch marks all over your stomach that make it look like a road map of Texas, and all these other horrible things. But I haven't brought it up with my doctor yet because I'm already on like 4 different medications for various other health problems, which I think are more important than the hypercortisolemia, at least right now. So as soon as I get those under control, maybe I'll talk about possibly taking a medication for it. But I want to try diet and lifestyle changes first, because I think those will be the most effective. Anyway, yeah, so my nephews, my brother, sister-in-law were visiting. We had fun swimming. We went out to eat a couple places, most notably Ishin's in Okarche, Oklahoma, which is allegedly famous for the best fried chicken ever. I mean, personally, I think it's kind of overhyped, but it was a nice little family outing. Not a whole lot of anyone at all masking anywhere we went. And my sister-in-law texted me yesterday to let me know that, hey, Nylas, how you doing? I'm especially glad you're here for this since, well, I guess, yeah, no, you've talked about it in my chat before, so I don't think it's anything you want to be kept secret, but since you're one of my ADHD buddies. But yeah, so my sister-in-law texted me yesterday to let me know that Ethan, the youngest, was sick again with coronavirus. So I tested, and I have this little testing kit on my desk, and you can't read it because my camera's mirrored right now. But I tested myself yesterday, and it was a very strong, resounding negative. Like the little line on the test, like the line, there's the C and the T. The C shows up no matter what if the test is working correctly. It's like the control. Home tests are pretty useless. But like the T, the one that's supposed to show up with a little line, and if you're positive, like the control one that I did, solid dark purple line. T, nothing, just pure white as snow. Tested negative, came to the office, gave everybody COVID. It might have just been a faulty test. The T line may have been like so faint that they couldn't see it, especially if your friend is colorblind. They could have tested at the wrong time, because the way you're supposed to do it is because the incubation period is about 5 to 6 days after exposure. And I tested, yesterday would have been day 4 for me. And the test always tells you to test when you think you've been exposed a few days after, and to test again 48 hours later, just in case. Thing about them is there are so many points of failure. Which ones? Just, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm legitimately curious. But yeah, so. And honestly, if / most likely when I test negative again on Tuesday, I'm gonna message my doctor and ask her if there is any way I could take a test to see if I've possibly had an asymptomatic infection, or if Okay. We'll see. If I don't feel any symptoms, I still have the sense of smell of a bloodhound, and we'll get to more on that later in a little bit. And I think my temperature was slightly above my normal temperature when I measured it yesterday, but I am on legal speed, so that could explain part of it. Hold on. Is this gonna help? Not really, and it's blinding me, so no camera light. I have a very weak ring light on my camera, and my lighting is terrible. And not only that, but I think I need to look into software for controlling the focus of my camera, because I've gone back and watched little bits of previous streams, and I keep noticing that my camera doesn't 100% focus in tight on my face. It'll most likely, like as you can see right now, focus on something still in the background. Like my awesome Iron Face poster that I won in a raffle, which I freaking love because I love Iron Face. And if you don't know what Iron Face is, first of all, shame on you. Second of all, I don't know if there are still VODs of it on DP's channel, Sour Kool-Aid Show, or on YouTube. You might want to start with YouTube first. So you could Google like Iron Face, Sour Kool-Aid Show on YouTube, and hopefully. Yeah, I have absolutely terrible lighting, so yeah. But anyway, those are things for different days. So, I gotta check one more thing. Okay, yeah, cool. So yeah, okay. Yeah, damn. Well, no, it's not an animated series. It's, so DP of the Sour Kool-Aid Show, when he was a little boy, like 7, 8, 9 years old, he started writing fictional stories about a murderous, bloodthirsty killer named Iron Face. Basically, he was kind of ripping off the whole, like, Jason Voorhees, Friday the 13th kind of thing. And the stories are just so over the top and ridiculous, and there are parts of them that are completely nonsensical, like what you would expect from a child's mind. And so a few years ago, I got inspired and I wrote some Iron Face fan fiction after Zeke dressed up as a special character he called the Glitch Bitch for Halloween one year when he was playing Until Dawn. You know, it's the precursor game to The Quarry that just came out recently, and it's by some of the same people. And it was a lot. It was probably one of his best streams I've ever been entertained by. And so I decided to write some fan fiction about what would happen if Iron Face, the bloodthirsty killer, who has a literal sheet of iron, like an iron mask, nailed to his face, and the Glitch Bitch, sort of head-to-toe leather gimp suit, dommy-mommy, androgynous, also bloodthirsty torturer type of person who sometimes murders and maims in the name of sexual gratification. And the character was inspired by a leather gimp mask that some of us mods, this was before I was a mod though, I think this was TwitchCon 2018. Hey Japeda, welcome, glad you're here. That the mods bought him for a surprise gift at TwitchCon. So Zeke put on the mask, pretended to be the Glitch Bitch. I got inspired. I was already a fan of Iron Face. I thought that writing some fan fiction that put the two of them together would be perfect. And there are still VODs of Zeke reading my fan fiction on his stream. And there's 3 stories in all. It's a little 3-parter. And he read the first story as a surprise gift to me on my fucking birthday. Like, when I emailed him the story at first, I had no expectations whatsoever. I emailed it to him a few days before my birthday because that's just when I got inspired and wrote it, and it popped out of my head. And, you know, and then he just up and decided on his own to read it on my birthday, and it was like probably one of the best birthday presents I've ever had, honestly. And like I said, there are VODs on YouTube of him reading that, so if you want to look for those later, you know, feel free to watch and enjoy. I encourage you, because I'm an attention whore. So, speaking of me being an attention whore, today's Just Chatting stream is all about my own personal journey discovering that I have ADHD. And I wanted to do this stream because, well, the other night I went to bed early and I only slept for like an hour and a half. It was more like a glorified nap. And I woke up at like 12:30 in the morning, and I could not get back to sleep because thinking about this was just, my brain was doing the hyperfixation rumination thing, which is a common thing in ADHD. And I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I was not tired. I couldn't go back to sleep. And as sleep expert Matthew Walker says, and when I say sleep expert, I'm not talking about some woo-woo essential oils guru. I'm talking about a man who has a PhD and who has been obsessively researching the topic in a scientific manner for 2 decades. One of his favorite bits of advice to dole out is to let people know that trying to, staying in bed when you're not tired in hopes that you'll get sleepy is like sitting at the dinner table hoping you'll get hungry. That's not going to work. He advises people to just get up out of bed and do something else, do something relaxing, doing something which involves minimal stimulation. So since I couldn't stop thinking about these things, and since my therapist, more on him in a minute too, one of his biggest points of advice that has actually started working ever since I got medicated is that if you're hyperfixating and you can't get these thoughts out of your head, write them down so that they will be somewhere in the ether and they won't be in your head anymore. So I created this outline, this little PowerPoint, and I'm also kind of I got this idea scratching around in the back of my head that maybe this would make a good book, to kind of put out there. I know people who self-publish, so they could give me advice on it, and I could put it out there just to help people like me, because our mental health medical system is so fucking fucked. There's just no way to do anything but be as vulgar as possible about it, because that's how fucked it is. Me, a 38-year-old woman who's been suffering this my whole life, just got my official diagnosis and medication treatment the same year that my 11-year-old nephew got his. And we'll get to the reasons why in a minute here. But let's start from the very beginning, because that's a very good place to start. And yes, this is a biblical quote, but I thought it was super metal and badass and perfectly described how in the dark I was for 30 years about this condition. And I very specifically say condition and not disorder, even though disorder is in the name, because a fucking normie brain thought up the name of this. Because so let's break it down. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. First of all, it's not a disorder, it's a condition. Our brains aren't worse, they're not broken, they're not inferior to normie brains. We're just different. And in some ways, our brains have strengths that most normies don't have. But since we live in a world that is designed around the normie brain to, cater to the normie brain, to make them the most comfortable and convenient and make things easier for them because they've been in the majority since time immemorial, ADHD brains, we live in a pretty hostile world that feels like it kind of fucking hates us sometimes. And so this is the metaphor I use for describing my life experience before I started realizing that, oh, wait, hold on, this could be me, Before I finally figured out my diagnosis, my life felt like a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, where most of the pieces were very tiny, and it was very difficult to figure out how all the pieces fit together. Most of the frame was built, but there was still a pile of stray pieces that I couldn't figure out where they belonged. And in the very center, there's a big gaping hole where one big solid puzzle piece was missing the whole time. And going to different doctors, different psychiatrists, different other medical professionals, people kept telling me one thing and then another thing, then another thing, and then something different. And it's just felt like I was chasing my tail for years. And so remember the metaphor, because we'll be coming back to this. Like I just said, a needle in a haystack of misdiagnoses. You know, it started out, people were telling me, oh, you have depression. And then at one point, I think it was the third therapist, like talk therapist, that I ever saw in my life. She suggested that if, hey, Super Sea Lion. Oh, yes, also, that's a very important disclaimer in chat, and I'm going to talk more about it in a later slide, but this is me talking about my personal experience and how I came to find out from consulting medical professionals that, yes, I do have ADHD. This isn't... Aw, Luke. I'm sorry, Super Sea Lion. We'll see you in a few minutes. Me nasty Luke, anyway. Yeah, I wanted to make this presentation to potentially help other people, especially women, who might be struggling with this and don't know they're struggling with this. But, like I said, I talk more about this on another slide, but TLDR, if you strongly identify with anything I say in this presentation, don't just automatically assume you have ADHD too. Talk to your doctor, talk to other qualified professionals, do what you can to get an official testing and diagnosis, you know. Especially since my particular form of ADHD is so strong that I do require medication. And we'll talk more about that and the changes it's made to my life later. But so once my third therapist recommended medication, I was at NYU at the time. They had health insurance worked into the payment structure of tuition and everything. And I went to go see a psychiatrist, and she was just like this cold, nasty bitch who, you know, put me on pill after pill after pill. And that's how fucked up psychiatric medicine is today. In, you know, I know this is kind of an offensive term, but first world countries, OECD countries, you have your DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Mental Health Disorders. And the way psychiatrists do it, and some doctors, is they have, in the manual, they have their little syndromes listed out. They have, what the fuck is this song? This song is dumb. I'm fast forwarding to the next one. Oh, it's even called Balderdash. That is an appropriate title for this piece of shit song. Sorry, it was distracting me. Sounds like the ADHD song. Oh, also, I got a cool new shirt in the mail. It's backwards, so you might have trouble reading it, but it says autophagy cells, cells, like a skin cell. Autophagy sells itself, which is really appropriate if you know anything about autophagy. And if you don't, I encourage you to Google it or stay tuned, because I'll probably make a PowerPoint presentation and do another just chatting stream about it someday. Anyway, where the fuck was I? Okay, so yeah, psychiatry in the US and other countries. You have your DSM. Each syndrome is mapped out and described and comes with its own set of symptoms. And based on someone's symptoms, you're supposed to give them this pill. And if that pill doesn't work, there's a list of medications that, you know, someone says they're depressed, start them on Zoloft. Zoloft doesn't work. Start them on Lexapro. Lexapro doesn't work. And just basically TLDR too late is that they're taking shots in the dark. And I know of at least one psychiatrist who did a really fantastic TED Talk on the subject, who, if he has the means, he will put his patient in an fMRI first and map out their brains. And based on the map of their brain, he will prescribe a medication that is more likely to work for them. And he's had fantastic results. And I don't know why more psychiatrists don't do this. I mean, I know fMRI testing is probably really, really expensive, and a lot of insurance companies don't want to pay for it. So that's probably the main reason. But his idea is brilliant, and I don't know why more people don't do it. It's so dumb. Okay, yeah. Lurk away. Yeah, that's fine. Listen. Oh. Let the melodious sound of my voice carry your dreams to the clouds. Best improv I could do about that. Anyway, so I started with Zoloft, and I remember because back then they had TV commercials, black and white, of like a cute little egg just kind of bopping around, doing its thing. Oh God. Ugh. Incest porn. Ugh. Not trying to kink shame, but what are you doing, step bro? Seriously. And so the Zoloft gave me a heat rash. I was just taking a normal temperature shower, and where the water was hitting my body directly on my skin was just like red and swollen and kind of itchy. It almost looked like a big hive rash. And so she switched me to Lexapro, which for me personally, Lexapro was basically a sugar pill. Oh yeah, no, OJ, yeah, that's totally fine. Thanks for just saying hi. It means a lot. Oh, and by the way, if anybody feels like hosting me from your Twitch account, you can just like type in twitch.tv/your name. It'll take you to your chat and your main screen, and you can just type /host my name, and it'll, like, the more people who do that, the more visibility I get. And I'm not trying to self-promote because I'm trying to like boost my numbers or make money off this or anything. Really, especially with streams like this, I want more people to get eyes on it because I want to help people who are in my position, who might have this and not know. And maybe it'll help them find a way to getting an official diagnosis from a qualified medical professional so that they can get the treatment they need to make their life better. Because, and we're going to talk about this on a future slide, but ever since I started getting the treatment I needed for this, it's helped so much. Like, sometimes I want to shout it from the rooftop, sometimes I want to cry with happiness. It's made that big of a difference. And So then she switched me to Lexapro plus Wellbutrin, and I was on a higher dose of Lexapro and a kind of lower dose of Wellbutrin, and I didn't really notice any difference. But then she flipped it around. She switched me to a low dose of Lexapro and a high dose of Wellbutrin, and suddenly I was, within the span of like 2 weeks, I was drinking half a liter of Jim Beam a day and afraid to leave my apartment. Like, I suddenly became a binge drinking alcoholic in a very short time span while I was on that specific cocktail of drugs. And anybody who wants to be like, actually, those medications don't do that, sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up, and get out of my fucking channel. You don't live in my skin, you don't live in my brain, you don't know what my personal experience is, and you probably aren't a chemist or a pharmacist or a qualified psychiatrist, so fuck off. Sorry for getting a little angry and overly defensive there, but I actually once had somebody in Zeke's chat. I went to the grocery store that day, and somebody in line in front of me at the checkout had obviously been hotboxing in their car like a motherfucker, because I was getting a contact high just off of the smell wafting from their clothes and their body. And I said something about it in chat, and then some like super stoner got super offended and was like, that's not even possible. You can't possibly get a contact high off of secondhand smoke coming from someone's clothes, and just like wouldn't let it go. And then other people in chat I was proud of chat that day. They were like standing up for me and being like, you know, maybe the smell just made her remember a time she got a really strong contact high. Maybe it's a sense memory thing. which it also could have been. But I legitimately felt physically high. I felt like THC particles wafting off of his body, because like if you can smell anything, you're getting particles. Yeah, Wabajack. Yeah, and there's not even a lot of scientific research to prove or disprove what I experienced, because there's only 2 legitimate studies that have been done on whether or not you can get a contact high off of secondhand smoke. And the methodology, the way they perform the study, the goal was to find out whether or not you can get a strong enough contact high to test positive on a marijuana test for work, you know. And I can't remember the results exactly, but yeah, that's exactly what the research was trying to either prove or disprove. I think one study proved that you could possibly test high, but welcome back, Super Sea Lion. I'm curious as to what kind of job it was, and what happened in the aftermath. Like, why did it turn out to be a good thing that you didn't get that job? I'm curious about that. But so yeah, long story short, being on that specific cocktail turned me into a binge drinking alcoholic. And to this day, I'm still struggling with it a little bit. But honestly, being medicated, I don't have alcohol cravings anymore. And I've been on specific medications to try and end my alcohol cravings, which did not work. And I found out later, after going down a rabbit hole the other day, contributed to my hypercortisolemia and gave me metabolic syndrome. So fuck you, naltrexone. Big ol' fat full finger fuck you to the manufacturers of naltrexone. I was on the pill and the shot. And because I have a super liver, my body metabolized its way through the injection. They shoot the gel, which is full of the naltrexone drug, but it's the shot itself goes by a different name. I can't remember. And it's supposed to stay in your muscle and slowly be released and digested throughout the course of a month. Mine only lasted about 2.5 weeks before alcohol was yet again having a psychoactive effect on me. So, yeah. Oh, nice paying IT job? Well, I hope you got a nice paying IT job somewhere else, or some other nice paying job wherever you're at right now. But yeah, so after the Lexapro Wellbutrin didn't work and did what it did, first of all, this fucking thunder cunt blamed me for patient non-compliance. It's like, really, bitch? I'm suffering from what I thought at the time was a severe case of depression, and nothing is working, and it's only making my life worse, all these different pills you're trying to put me on. And I'm so desperate for relief that alcohol is the only thing making me even remotely relaxed and happy. And you're gonna blame me for patient non-compliance because you're not supposed to be drinking on antidepressants. Fuck you. Have some fucking compassion and empathy for your patients, or find a different fucking job. Seriously. Anyway. The last drug she put me on was Cymbalta, and it started making me feel like my fingers and toes were tingly, and I had moments where I knew I was physically breathing air into and out of my lungs, but it didn't feel like I was getting oxygen into my body, and I felt a little dizzy, and I kept looking at my cat Hobbs at the time. Rest in peace, you awesome, awesome fucking cat. As sort of like the canary for my coal mine. Because like I started to get paranoid that I was maybe experiencing a carbon monoxide poisoning. And I'm like, okay. I sat myself down. I was like, Ashley, think rationally. If you were experiencing a CO2 poisoning, it would not only be affecting your cat too, but it would be affecting him more severely. So if he starts acting sick or weird, that's when you know you have to pack him up and leave the apartment and call the authorities or whatever. But obviously that didn't happen because it was all in my paranoid head. And it was a side effect of an awful, well, I guess I should be a little more compassionate, because these drugs do work for some people. And if these drugs work for you, congratulations. I'm not being sarcastic. I am being sincere. I'm glad they're working for you and giving you relief, because I now know how amazing it feels to be on the right kind of medication. So yeah. Anyway. Then at one point I joined this clinical trial they were doing for a new MAOI. I forget what that stands for, but it didn't help me. So, and it was an experimental study, and they paid me to be a part of it. And I don't even know whether I was given the real thing or a placebo. So, I think at most, the MIOI that I was on, if I was on a placebo, it was probably a placebo full of niacin, because I got that red flush on my skin that taking high doses of niacin does to people sometimes. So, and then several years went by where I wasn't medicated at all, and I was still depressed. I was still struggling. You almost got those when you're Yeah, Wabajack, I was actually having this conversation with my sister-in-law a few days ago when I was talking to her about my nephew's diagnosis and my diagnosis. Yeah, and once she brought up medication, and she said that she and my brother were not going to pursue medication right away. Hey, other Scott. Good idea here? Well, thank you. Have a good stream? Are you just kind of stopping by to say hi and then bouncing? Which is totally fine. Totally respect that. Live your best life. But when she brought up medication for him, she talked about how she and Brendan were really, really hesitant and didn't want to try that first. I'm like, I totally agree with you. Because when you're lucky enough to get diagnosed young, like my nephew is, and like I wasn't, your brain is still developing. Not doing good? I hope you're okay. Are you like sick, or are you just having a bad brain day and feeling sad, or what? So when you're that young, your brain is still developing, and it's also much easier for you to work with a therapist and learn coping mechanisms to deal with the less easy symptoms in a way that is the least disruptive in like a classroom environment or behavior-wise, FOB in the 80s? The only thing I've ever heard FOB used is for either forward operating base or fresh off the boat. So I didn't know your parents were from a different country. Unless the acronym means something else that I haven't heard of. Vietnam. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So the interest... Yeah, I can understand why they would be hesitant. Serious girl thing? Oh, I'm sorry about that, Scott. I kind of, just as like a compassion, caring person who likes being the shoulder for people to cry on when they need it, a part of me wants to ask you if you want to vent, but another part of me is like, that's going to derail the conversation, and I'm already ADHD enough, but, I get derailed all the time, so yeah, if you need to vent a little bit, or if you'd rather just keep it to yourself, that's fine too, but, so yeah, when you're that young, it's just easier to work with a therapist, easier to learn coping mechanisms, and put emotional tools in your toolbox to... Don't want to vent? Do you already? Okay. Gotcha, Scott. Gotcha, other Scott. Well, I hope things get better for you with the girl stuff, and I hope you're not too sad for too long. Sincerely. Super sea lion. You love it. You love the little playful rivalries in chat. So yeah, I was really proud of her for taking that approach, because, you know, if I were his age, I think I would have also been scared of medication. I don't think that's yes, playful. I don't think I would have wanted to start with that either. But now that I'm an adult and my brain has spent over 30 years dealing with the negative impacts of living in an anti-ADHD world with an ADHD brain, medication helps remove a lot of the barriers I have to not only learning coping mechanisms for the way my brain works, but implementing them. Because as I've told pretty much every single therapist or doctor and nurse practitioner and psychiatrist and everyone who's ever tried to help me with this, my biggest problem, and it's a result of executive functioning issues, like, I know exactly what I need to do step by step to improve my life and get my shit in gear and do the thing. I just can't pull the trigger and execute. Executive function. Executing. So, yeah. Where was I? So yeah, also I think it is worth mentioning, and I don't think I have this on a different slide, so I'm just gonna stick this in here now. Late in terms of treating it instead of ignoring it. Yes, Scott, it is so fucking frustrating. I was just venting about that a few minutes ago, how basically psychiatric medicine is a practice in taking shots in the dark and hoping something goes right, when there are ways to test and see, there are ways to test your brain and map it out in an fMRI machine and figure out, based on the map of your brain, which medications are more likely to work for you and which ones aren't. You can also take a blood test. I found out about this recently, and I can't remember the name of the test, but I think if you Google it, you could probably find it. You can take a blood test, and then based on your DNA, they will come back with a list of medications that, well, I think it's a list of medications and their potential side effects or potential usefulness based on your DNA. Because another fun fact I found out recently, for people with ADHD, our problem neurochemically is that our brain is not making enough dopamine for us to function. Our brains are not from 20. Like I said, I don't remember the name of it. I don't remember where it's from. It could be a saliva swab. I don't remember the exact details, because I've been powering my way through this podcast called ADHD for Smartass Women. And I'm going to mention this in a future slide, so I won't go off on a tangent right now, but I think the statistic is something crazy like 90% of women who have ADHD either never get an ADHD diagnosis or they're constantly misdiagnosed. The medical community is extremely fucking sexist in that respect, and like I said, I will rant about it actually at the end of this slide, because I do actually touch on it at the bottom here. But that's a home tip. Yeah, I want to get one of those so bad, but I need to buy a couch. I need to get my oil changed. I have so many other quality of life things I need to do first. I need to get a proper computer chair. Luker, you've bitched at me about this before. I am literally right now sitting on a $15 plastic folding chair from Walmart. And before that, I was sitting on this metal piece of shit that broke because my fat ass is too fat. Wabajack. My sister-in-law called me up yesterday. Well, she's texted me to let me know that my youngest nephew, who was just in town visiting 4 days ago, came down with COVID. So I tested myself yesterday. It came back negative. I'm supposed to test again in 48 hours, which is tomorrow. And if it comes back negative again, I guess I'm in the clear. But Yeah, so where was I? Yeah, so the problem with ADHD brains is we don't make enough dopamine. So we're constantly seeking out things that interest us, that are fun for us, so that our brains will produce more dopamine, because our brains are like, it's like Pac-Man, and the little white dots are dopamine. Our brains are just like, nom, 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 give me more dopamine. Oh God, Scott. No, I love my nephews. I would never get them sick on purpose. But we did go out and eat at a couple of restaurants indoors. And one of them was this old-ass bar, which probably doesn't have a good, anti-COVID ventilation system. So in home with mom, who is COVID positive, test negative with home kit outside test place. Sad part is I got the coughs though. I'm double vaxxed and boosted also. And I am completely asymptomatic, even though as of today, I was exposed to him 5 days ago. Damn it, now I feel like I have a frog in my throat. Y'all are making me paranoid over here. And yesterday when I took my temperature, I was slightly above normal, but that could also be my ADHD meds, just in general. Yeah, if he did catch it while he was here, it was probably either in Okarchi or one of the places we went to eat. But, yeah. So as I was saying, ADHD brains, dopamine. That's why, and it's so funny and also a little bit ironic that there are all these stand-up comedians who love to make jokes about, oh, my sister said that my nephew tested positive for ADHD or ADD or whatever. But that kid, he claims he can't do his homework, but he can sit down and play a video game for 8 hours. But no, that is ADHD in a nutshell. That is exactly it. And people like to throw that in our face and say, oh, you can't pay attention to your homework, but you can play a video game for 8 hours? But it's because our homework is fucking boring. And our brains are desperate and hungry for dopamine. You know what? Honestly, I don't think I've ever experienced flu-like symptoms or even had the flu in my whole life, because I've never felt like that. I've never felt feverish and body chills and aches and pains. I've had a buttload of sinus infections. Yeah, video games are stimulating as fuck. Video games give us a fuck ton of dopamine. And like I said, our brains are hungry and desperate for dopamine. And that's why 50%, over 50% of people who have ADHD also develop a substance use disorder or a gambling disorder, sex addiction, shopping addiction. Whatever gives us dopamine, our brains are desperate to do that. And that's why alcohol cravings are so strong in people with ADHD. And even Zeke has talked about a few times on a stream before, he talked about how back in the day, he started to struggle with his alcohol use. And he even went into Alcoholics Anonymous for a little bit, for about a year. And then one day he realized, oh, I'm not an addict, I'm just depressed. But it's actually, no, you're not an addict. Your brain just isn't producing enough dopamine for you to function. So it turns to chemicals that produce dopamine. So, Swedish fish, my bane of fillings. But yeah, so, and here's the fun fact I was going to get to 5 minutes ago when I started this tangent and got derailed. When your brain doesn't produce enough dopamine, but your serotonin levels, in general, people with ADHD, SSRIs are terrible for us. Because like I mentioned near the very beginning, when I was on Zoloft and I had that heat rash, that's a mild symptom of the early stages of serotonin syndrome, which is when your body is producing too much serotonin, because that can literally kill you. Yeah, exactly, Japeta. Like, her vagina is giving him more dopamine than his brain knows what to do with. Yeah, Katie seeks dopamine. Which is like a neurochemical way of saying she's his lobster. For anybody who wasted their youth watching Friends. Yeah, so the, you know, and that perfectly explains why I was having so much trouble in the early days of my medication journey, is because I was taking medications that were doing the opposite of what my brain needed them to do, with the exception of Wellbutrin. But I think because Wellbutrin is supposed to be good for people with ADHD and it is supposed to help with dopamine, but I think that throwing Lexapro in the mix somehow fucked up the machine. And my doctor and my current therapist, they were even suggesting maybe trying Wellbutrin again, but without, obviously, an SSRI. And I was like, bad experience, nervous. Yeah, so I don't remember all the details of Friends because I watched it because everybody else was watching it and it was what was popular at the time, but I never really liked it that much. I mean, it was just a bunch of spoiled white people whining about spoiled white people problems. So, and same reason I think Seinfeld is overrated. You know, throw all the tomatoes at me you want, but both of those shows were overrated in my opinion. But if you like them, I'm not trying to yuck your yum. Live your best life, do what makes you happy. So. And it also explains why I was struggling with alcohol for so long. And I'm still struggling with it a little bit, but I'm struggling with it less. And I'm saying that out loud because I want there to be less stigma, especially around substance use disorders, because so many... I didn't hate all of it. I just hated most of it. Why do people wear shoes? That was a mostly terrible but not horribly inaccurate Gilbert Gottfried impression. I'm a little bit proud of myself for that. But yeah. So then one day I go to see a nurse practitioner. And don't shit on nurses or nurse practitioners. Although I know some nurses are cold, heartless bitches, because in order to do that job and do that job well, you have to flip off your empathy switch. Some people, though, never figure out how to achieve balance in their life and flip that switch back on once they clock out. And I've known at least 2 women who were nurses at some point in their life who, after working that job for a certain amount of time, well, actually, no. One of them, my stepsister, she's always been a cold, heartless bitch, so nursing is perfect for her because she doesn't have an empathy switch to flip. But this other woman, she is the wife of my dad's friend, Steve. It's funny because they're friends and they're both named Steve, haha. But she's a cold, heartless bitch. One night I was out with them having some drinks after dinner, and I was talking about how on election night 2016, when fucking McCheeto-Face got elected, how I cried because I was terrified about what was going to happen to this country. Rewind to 2 weeks ago. And she looked me in the eye and she got real angry and said, "You need to grow up." I need to grow up? Because I was terrified for the future of my country because the worst president we've ever had in the history of this country got elected and started fucking shit up? And this bitch is over here saying, "I just didn't vote because I don't like Hillary at all, but I wasn't about to vote for Trump." I actually voted. I actually tried to do the adult thing and get the lesser of both evils elected. I have a right to be upset, especially considering everything that's happened since then. And sometimes I lay awake at night dreaming about what I'm going to say to that fucking cunt the next time I see her in person. Because she's going to get a fucking earful. Don't kid yourself. Oh, you know what's funny about my stepsister? And we're going to talk about this in a future slide. But something really, really shitty happened to her. And I predicted it almost a decade in advance. And it's actually part and parcel of the ADHD package. But I've been on the slide forever and I feel like I should finish it. So I went to see this nurse practitioner. And honestly, in my personal experience, getting medical treatment from nurses has been more effective for me and my well-being than most doctors and psychiatrists. And I'm not sure why that phenomenon exists, but I know I'm not the only one who's experienced it. No, Awaba Jack, she's just a cold, heartless bitch because she grew up struggling in life. And she's one of those people who basically misery loves company. And if someone hasn't struggled as much as she has, then she just can't take them seriously. Because, she's so bitter and angry about her own suffering early on in her life that, she wants other people to have the same misery. Because otherwise it's not fair to her, or what the fuck ever. I don't get people whose brain works that way. But, nurse practitioner put me on a medication called, the generic is called lamotrigine, brand name is Lamictal. Funnily enough, it's prescribed for psychiatric disorders off-label, but it's supposed to be an anti-epileptic. And anti-epileptics, so there's this psychiatrist, Dr. Georgia Eid, who's doing research in using low-carb and medically ketogenic diets, because there's very strict protocols for medically ketogenic diets, which for the longest time was the prescription for children who had hardcore epilepsy. And it works. It works very, very well if you stick to the diet. But then they started coming out with medications for it, and then that bit of medical information about how if you eat a very, very, very low carb, very high fat diet, and like I said, it's specifically for epileptic patients. It's not for people to lose weight and get sexy. That treatment, that protocol got swept under the rug and replaced with pills, even though the pills don't work as good as the following the right diet. But fuck medical treatment that's worse. Think of the drug companies. How will they afford their profits if they're letting people find alternative methods that work better than their drugs to treat their epilepsy symptoms? But anyway. And also, so the first time I was on lamotrigine, at one point, I lost access to my healthcare. So I couldn't get the medication anymore. But luckily enough, at the same time, I was also dabbling with a low-carb diet, and I was sticking to it really well. So when I had to get off the medication, the diet was doing the same thing for me that the pills were previously, and I didn't need that medication at that time. It kind of saved me, basically. And I was up a creek without a paddle or an insurance card. So when I went in to see this nurse practitioner, she sits me down, she listens to my life story and my depression symptoms and all that. And she says to me, you have some symptoms of bipolar 2, which is the chill bipolar, because bipolar 1, you're like super happy and then super sad and then super happy and super sad and super happy and super sad. But with bipolar 2, you're like normal, sad, normal, sad, normal. And it's really frustrating. And there's a reason I had some symptoms of that, but it wasn't that. And she also said I had symptoms of borderline personality disorder, which Jabeda. Which honestly, I don't really understand borderline very well, but it seems like the catch-all diagnosis people throw at patients who they don't really know what the fuck's wrong with you. I mean, you know, and maybe I stole that from that Angelina Jolie movie, but Girl Interrupted, I think it's called. I can't remember exactly, but she said I had symptoms on both, but that I wasn't in either camp. But she said that this drug had worked with people who had similar symptoms to me. So I tried it, and it was the first psychiatric medication. It was the first dose of joy, as I knock over my coffee cup. It was the first dose of joy I had ever taken that actually fucking worked. There are some minor inconvenient side effects, like sometimes if you hear me slur my words a little bit or trip over my own tongue, that's lamotrigine. I don't know why it does that, it just does that. But in an upcoming slide, we're going to revisit her little quote about you have some symptoms of this and some symptoms of that, but you're not really in either camp, because it's going to be important in a minute. And so, yeah, let's talk about sexism and ADHD. Because it's something that makes my fucking blood boil. And it's not just the excuse they make about how, well, ADHD symptoms look different in girls than they do in boys. That honestly kind of depends on whether you're the inattentive type, the hyperactive type, or the combined type. And like I said, I was listening to that ADHD for Smartass Women podcast the other day, and she threw out another statistic about how even in situations where a female student and a male student's ADHD symptoms are fucking identical, I think 1 in 10 female students are recommended for ADHD evaluation, whereas almost all of the boys get recommended for ADHD evaluation. And I experienced the sexism firsthand with my latest psychiatrist, who, and I'm hesitant to say this out loud because it will sound kind of racist. He was Indian American, and I've noticed that with Indian American men, and Indians probably will back me up, or Southwest Asians, however you want to terminology, whatever terminology you want to use, they come from an extremely sexist culture. Like in India proper, in the actual country, there are so many problems with men like grabbing women inappropriately on the street or on buses, or like basically women can't go anywhere alone without facing some kind of sexual harassment or even just being dragged into an alley and raped. But, you know, and plus he was definitely of the old school, as you can see from his little quote that he said to me once. He was like, "You can't have ADHD because it's a behavioral disorder, not a mood disorder." You know, and that's a point of debate that the lady in the ADHD for Smartass Women podcast has been brought up several times in a few different episodes about how, you know, psychiatrists have been miscategorizing ADHD as a behavioral disorder for years. It's not that our symptoms sometimes manifest as bad behavior, but are we really being bad? Or are adults just being authoritarian pieces of shit? You know? Okay, so I think it was a combination of things. I think it might just be, you know, even intergenerationally. Like, he might not be sexist, outwardly sexist himself, and he might not think he has any sexist biases subconsciously in his psyche. But, yeah, and it is so common in ADHD for women with ADHD to be misdiagnosed as bipolar 2. It is extremely common. And not only that, but wondering if I should bring it up on screen or not. I recently, I want to say like within the last 6 months or so, I came across this small clinical trial they did in a, I can't remember if it was inpatient treatment or not, but they took like 20-something women with ADHD and co-occurring bipolar disorder. And they added the only drug that's ever worked for me, lamotrigine, to their medical regimen. And when they did that, over 75% of the women involved in the trial, sorry, I keep getting, it's like a cross between burps and hiccups. It's weird. It's fucking acid reflux, whatever. But the vast majority of those women experienced a huge improvement in their symptoms. And it's just more and more things coming together. So yeah, remember his quote also about the mood disorder bullshit because it's bullshit. And we're going to touch on it again in a future slide. Unexpected trail of breadcrumbs. Okay, so imagine in your head, we're watching like a Stanley Kubrick movie, and he focuses on a shot of an old school alarm clock. And the camera's like right up there in the clock face, and the second hand is tick, 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 getting closer and closer to the alarm triggering. That's kind of what this little trail of breadcrumbs was like. It was like, tick, oh, that's a thing, tick, oh, that's a thing, tick, oh, that's a thing. So the funny thing is, I think the very, very, very first time I seriously heard something that made me think like this might actually be my deal. I'm sure y'all are familiar with Coke Carnage, and anybody who has watched this channel for longer than 5 minutes knows, and he's talked about this openly too, so I'm not spilling any tea, knows that he has a massive case. Like a stereotypical, like, checks every single box and then some case of ADHD. And he is not secret about it at all. He's talked about his experiences with medication as a child and how it affected him and all that. And he described something that I experienced frequently as a kid in school. And I didn't know that other people couldn't do this. Like, remember those old school, like, box TVs? I can't remember what they're called exactly, but they're huge and they're very boxy shaped and massive Coke case. And I know this was a really common thing for people who went to school in the States. I don't know about other countries, but the CRT TVs, and in my schools, in our classrooms, they had them strapped to this big rolling shelf cart thingy. And they would have them in the classroom for movie days whenever we would watch an educational video about something, or whenever the teacher was just feeling lazy and didn't want to teach, or whenever we had a substitute teacher, whatever. And usually what would happen is they would turn the TV on, and it would be on that blue screen, channel 3 VCR input screen. So it's not playing any sound or volume at all. It's just on. And I could hear it without even looking at it. Like, I would be walking to the classroom. I'd be a step or two outside of the door, entering the classroom. And I could hear feel the little electric buzzy sound vibration noise, whatever it is. And I get excited because I'm like, yay, it's movie day. And I didn't know that was rare to be able to sense that. And it's actually a part of the H in ADHD, the hyperactive, because they're parts of our brain, the sensory parts, the parts responsible for smell, touch, taste, hearing, vision, those parts of our brains, in not everybody, but in a lot of people with ADHD, those brain centers are larger and Say it with me. Hyperactive. And like, I still have a really ridiculously good sense of hearing. That's rare? Apparently it's rare. But yeah, so that was a tick. That was a breadcrumb. And then tick number 2, a friend of mine who we don't talk as much anymore, but back when I was using Facebook more often, and also when I was training MMA and watching fights more often, we would talk all the time. And sometimes we would talk about our mental health struggles, and she would talk about her ADHD symptoms. And it sounded so similar to things I had experienced before in my own personal life. And I'm like, could this be my problem? Like, huh? And then another thing, okay, and actually I'm going to click on this and see if I can bring it up on stream, because the artist who drew this meme, like, when she first did it, a lot of people stole it and retweeted it and reposted it and spread it around without giving her credit, and I want to make sure she gets credit where credit's due. So, Danny Donovan, ADHD Comics. Everybody go, like, I don't know, do something to boost her socials, because she deserves it. So this was a huge tick. This was a giant breadcrumb. It was like it was like a handful of toast. Non-ADHD storytelling. Start of story. Straight line. End of story. ADHD storytelling. Anybody who's ever been to my stream is familiar with this. Pre-story, prologue for context, start of story, too many details, semi-related side story. Wait, okay, back to the main story, something I just now remembered, lost train of thought, what was I talking about, realize I've been talking too long, wrap up story and finally get to the point, end of story, apologize. It's like, who are you and why do you know my life story? And like this is just one in a really long freaking thread of what it's like to live with ADHD. And okay, I'm gonna use this command. That right there is a link to today's slideshow presentation. And I highly encourage y'all to, oh wait, hold on, can I go back? Yeah. If you're interested in this link or anything I've mentioned so far, and there are a few things that I mentioned that either aren't in the slide or they might be mentioned in the slide that I was too lazy to source because I was doing this at like 3 a.m. last night. Shut up. But yeah, even going down the rabbit hole that is that huge long thread about what it's like to live with ADHD, like almost every single fucking, tweet in that thread was like, who the fuck are you and why do you know my life story? It was just so uncanny. And so then the thing that really, really cinched it was a YouTube channel called How to ADHD. And this one video by a young woman named... Yeah, I am a fucking nerd, Scott, and it's because of my ADHD, because putting these thoughts on virtual paper, so to speak, and organizing them is stimulating to my brain, and it gives me dopamine and makes me happy. And, part of me is thinking about taking this outline and fleshing it out more and turning it into a book, like I was mentioning earlier. I don't know if you were here for that, but I did mention it earlier. So, you know what? Let's just take a minute. I'm going to mute the music because there's already music in her video. Pause you. And we're going to watch this. It's about 7 minutes long, so...
Hello, brains, and probably people sent here by brains. I get it. It can be hard to understand ADHD and even harder to explain it to others. Most ADHD behaviors are things everyone struggles with once in a while.
This video
keys, spacing out during a conversation,
knocks it out of the park
and
in
an assignment.
hit it home.
Sound familiar? Yeah.
And that's how I
when
knew
someone with ADHD does these things a lot, it's easy to assume that it means the same thing as if someone without ADHD does them. Once in a while is understandable, but if it happens a lot, they must not care, or not be trying hard enough, or not be very good at stuff. But before we judge their behavior or write them off as a bad whatever, it's important to remember behavior is affected by the brain, and ADHD brains develop and function much differently from average or neurotypical brains. Those differences can...
I'm going to pause that here for a second just to reiterate that growing up, I always knew I was different. I always knew instinctively, inherently, deep down in my gut, that there was something different about me. Right, Nylas? Yeah. And most of the time, whenever the outside world was throwing that in my face, it was in the form of bullying at school, my parents not understanding and getting frustrated with me and lashing back out when I wasn't behaving the way they wanted me to behave. And she'll talk about it later, but it fucking hurts.
Can be valuable, which is why, as someone with ADHD, I wouldn't trade my brain for the world. But without the right support, they can also be incredibly impairing. The struggle is real. It's also invisible, which can make it very hard to see. So to help you understand what it's like inside the brain of your ADHD person, we reached out to our community of ADHD brains as well as the community at understood.org to ask how they explain it. For example, fun fact, despite the name, we don't actually have a deficit of attention. When we forget to change the laundry or have trouble focusing in class, it's because our brains have trouble regulating or effectively shifting our attention. So sometimes our brains jump from one thing to the next, and other times our brains actually zero in or hyper-focus on one thing, and it can be hard for us to pull ourselves away. As Eric Peterson puts it, neurotypical brains have
like
a 1
putting a
through 10
PowerPoint
dial
presentation
they use
together
to
at 3 in the
regulate
morning.
their attention. With ADHD brains, our dials have
'Cause you can't
two
sleep.
options, random and 15.
You can't stop thinking about
and
the thing that you
this
want
applies
to turn
all
into a
aspects of our
PowerPoint.
lives. The ability to regulate attention is part of something called the executive function system. It's kind of like our brain's self-management system, what allows us to plan, prioritize, and sustain effort toward a goal, say making dinner, without getting sidetracked. It's what allows us to inhibit or not act on our impulses and ignore distractions so we can stay on
or act on impulses that we should be acting on, but they don't give us dopamine, so we ignore them.
Executive functions develop much more slowly than in neurotypical brains, and we have a deficit in the brain chemicals that help them function. So we usually know what to do and have the best intentions, but our executive function system isn't always developed or functioning well enough to effectively help us do it. And
remember what I was saying earlier about how I know exactly what's wrong with me and I know exactly what to do to get my life on track and be the way I want to be and live the life I want to live. I just can't pull the trigger and do it. This. 100% exactly this.
It's just as frustrating for us as it is for anyone else. Haley Melville explains it like this. Your brain is like a secretary, and you're the CEO in a meeting, doing a task. In a neurotypical brain, their secretary greets guests, potential distractions, lets them know that the CEO is in a meeting, and either encourages them to make an appointment or shows them the door. My secretary either lets everyone into the meeting or lets no one in, even if it's something important. Another executive function is working memory. That's our ability to temporarily hold information in our head so we can work with it. Like, look at a recipe and then remember the steps while we cook. It's our brain's version of RAM. Everyone has a limited capacity of working memory, but it's often more limited in those with ADHD, which is one reason we might blurt out an answer before we forget it, or ask you to repeat what you just said. Timothy Warnke says, "It's like my brain is a whiteboard, and I have to write down everything that's happening right away. But I write kind of big, so pretty soon I have to erase a bunch of stuff to make more room." By the way, that's also why we tend to have trouble following multi-step directions. It's also why Post-it notes are helpful. Another fun fact.
Dude, my working memory is basically the size of a Post-it. Like, my dad, all the time growing up, after I was old enough to start driving on my own, and he would tell me like to go somewhere or remind me like where the Publix is to go get groceries or something, and be like, oh, it's easy to get there. You just gotta go a mile down the road and then make a right at Moog, and then, you know, keep going for another few blocks and then make a left at such and such street, and then, you know, you'll circle around and then it's on the left side of the road. It's in that shut. And I'm like, Dad, stop. You lost me after mile down the road. Yeah, I know, right, Scott? And also the thing she said about multi-step directions, especially when cooking. Dude, when I'm trying to cook a new recipe, I'm either walking back and forth between my computer and my kitchen like a dozen times, at least, trying to remember which ingredients are in there and how much of them, or I pull up the recipe on my phone so that I can check it right there as I'm cooking. Because, like, if, say, I'm trying to mix together a taco recipe, and it's 2 tablespoons of, God damn it, what is that spice? Cumin. 1/4 teaspoon of, hey, Lou Mama Silva. Like, if there's more than 3 ingredients, and especially if those ingredients are in different quantities, like, I basically have to walk back and forth for every 1 or 2 ingredients, because after that, my brain forgets. And if it's a seasoning recipe that has like 10 ingredients, that's like 5 trips back and forth, you know. Anyway, so what you saying? Yes. This is a thing. This is a thing with me that happens very commonly, and it's a struggle. Thank you, Mama.
Fact about ADHD, not everyone with ADHD
I send
is
love and
hyperactive,
hugs back to you.
at least not on the outside. ADHD
Virtual
has 3 different presentations, and they can change over time. So even if someone doesn't look like they have ADHD, they still might. Even if they're not bouncing around the room, their brain might be. It's often referred to as internal restlessness, and it's exhausting. Diana DeVader Murray explains her mind like being on a hamster wheel you can't ever get off of.
That's familiar.
Deborah Cradaville says it's like a pinball machine.
100% this.
Constantly hitting and bouncing between all the bumpers.
All the frickin'
All this
time.
energy can be
Pinball.
great when we can direct it well. It often shows up as creativity, generosity, curiosity. We tend to think outside the box, and we're 3 times more likely to start our own business. But for us to take advantage of our brain's strengths, it's important that we learn to manage our ADHD,
Bad bitch,
which often
what?
means using a combination of medication and other strategies. ADHD expert Dr. Ned Hallowell explains it like this. Having ADHD is like having a race car engine for a brain. It's very powerful, and it can propel you to win races. There's just one problem. You have bicycle brakes.
Record scratch.
But with the help of a brake specialist, you learn to strengthen your brakes and control that powerful engine. Then your race car stops spinning out on turns and starts winning races. Because we do tend to crash a lot while we're building up those brakes, those of us with ADHD tend to get corrected or teased more often than our peers. And unfortunately, another aspect of ADHD can make that extra painful for us. Our brains don't just have trouble regulating our attention, they have trouble regulating our emotions too. Jennifer Peterson explains, when it comes to emotional dysregulation,
this part still fucking
it's
gets
like
me.
I have a really bad sunburn. Even a playful slap on the back hurts so bad. If you didn't know some of these things about ADHD, don't worry, I didn't either until a couple of years ago.
And that's a perfect metaphor for the emotional dysregulation.
I thought I was just too sensitive, or a space cadet, or weird, because that's what I was always told, and I'm not alone. That's why ADHD Brains made this video, and why we hope you'll share it. When our ADHD symptoms are seen as personality defects, it can be hurtful, and worse, we believe it. It takes a huge toll on our self-esteem and can lead to other conditions like anxiety and depression. And honestly, it's really confusing. As
eating disorders
puts it, it's like being the smartest, stupidest, most motivated, and laziest person in the room, all at the same time. But if we and others understand what our challenges are, we can accept them, find strategies to help us work through them, and more importantly, stop beating ourselves up about them so we can focus on more important things, like what we're good at. And we can stop writing off ourselves or others for being different and start appreciating what that difference can bring to the world. Thanks for watching. There's a lot more to learn if you're curious.
Yeah, so let me just get the link right here and put this in chat in case anybody is not familiar with Jessica's YouTube channel and wants to see more of her videos. They're very well researched, they're very educational, and even if you don't have ADHD yourself, you probably know somebody who has it, especially if you're on Twitch, because, dude, I don't know how many people I'm friends with on Twitch who have very, very similar symptoms to me, and also depressive disorders right alongside it. Oh, whoops. Okay, so, no, that's not. Go back to full screen, dang it. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah, the first time I watched that video by myself, I bawled like a little sissy bitch with a skinned knee. I cried so hard because so much of it hit so close to home. And I realized this is it. This is what's wrong with me. This is the answer. And it was a very emotional moment, and it was also mostly relief. And I think I talk about this on the next slide. Yeah, the alarm clock goes off, and I am awake. And yeah, so I made the decision to seek an official evaluation. I didn't want to make assumptions or armchair diagnose myself. I wanted proof. My inner lawyer wanted to prove my case. And Nimeless, if you're still here, let me know, like, growing up before you got your diagnosis and knew what was up with you, like, did you have an inner lawyer who was constantly wanting to prove your case to people and or constantly was a source of self-criticism, proving people's cases against you to yourself, even though they didn't actually have a case? And it's not about lawyering, it's about your feelings and, acknowledging that you're feeling what you're feeling and that it's okay to be different and all that good stuff. Yeah, so about how much America hates mental health care to the point where even with the help of my ACA insurance, which mandates that your insurance company provide you with mental health benefits, finding someone who could even evaluate me was a Sisyphean task. So basically my options, once I started looking for someone who could either definitively tell me yes or no, you definitely have ADHD, my options were basically an independent clinic, which seemed more authoritative and authentic, but would cost me at least $2,000 to get an evaluation, much less treatment after the fact. There were other cheaper clinics that seemed kind of sketchy and seemed like back in the day when the OxyContin crisis was really hitting the U.S. hard, and all these pill mill clinics were popping up all over the place. Doctors were making money hand over fist, just rubber stamping prescriptions for these painkillers, and that's how they got sold on the street so frequently. And okay, yeah, the music is off. I should unpause. Let me unpause, play. There we go. And I saw what you said about the coffee. Little mama. I hope it didn't get stale or cold or go bad, or hope you worked out that whole situation. But so yeah, the cheaper clinics that were more in my price range. Okay, number one, none of these places take private insurance. I don't know why, but they don't. And it's really unfortunate. Two, the cheaper ones, they kind of seemed like Adderall mills, or, there's a bunch of different drugs that you can be prescribed for ADHD. Oh, blessed. I'm sorry, were you trying to nap? I didn't mean to wake you up. Is it really that loud? I can turn it down. Or I could even turn me down, because it almost looks like maybe I'm peaking a little bit. I don't want to be blowing you guys' ears out. Excuse me. Yeah, so this morning. Oh, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying now. Yeah, gotcha. Music does that for me sometimes too. Actually, the music you're listening to right now is from Epidemic Sound, very unfortunate name for these times, but it's royalty free. It gives you so many options when you're looking for music that you want to play that it, what's really impressive to me is it gives you options on whether or not you want instrumental music or music with vocals. And another setting I really like is the fact that you can there's a slider and you can narrow your search to certain beats per minute. So if you want to listen to something like slow and chill and calming, you can slide it to fewer beats per minute. And if you want to listen to something that's going to get you hyped up and ready to go and give you energy and keep you focused, you can slide it to higher beats per minute. Like, they recommend at least 120 beats per minute for workout music. So that's the gauge I use to figure out where to put the slider for that kind of thing. So yeah, anyway, I had no idea where to go to get an official diagnosis because they don't exactly make it easy. And honestly, I don't think the mental health medical community has like a specific set process outlined for how to get evaluated, especially for adults. It's a lot more systematic and formal for children, but for adults, it's like, you didn't grow out of it already? What the fuck is wrong with you? That's kind of what that's like. But so yeah, I didn't know where to go. I didn't know whether to save up thousands of dollars to get what felt like, but wasn't guaranteed to be the most official diagnosis I could get. And I didn't want to go to like a rubber stamp clinic, because I'll explain why in a minute. Hold on. So just imagine there's some clip art on this slide of little Mortal Kombat characters fighting each other. Because basically my drive to prove my case, my imposter syndrome was a big part of that. You know, and imposter syndrome is another one of those lovely little things that's part and parcel of the ADHD package. Granted, not everybody who has ADHD suffers from imposter syndrome, and not everybody with imposter syndrome has it because of ADHD, but it can be part and parcel of the whole package. Okay. Another reason I wanted proof via an official diagnosis was because I didn't trust my own lived experiences or online quizzes, even those that were coming from reputable sources, which I was scoring ridiculously high on for ADHD, because I'd been gaslit by abusers for most of my life into not trusting my own lived experiences, my instincts, and my reality. Like, even when I was in the process of getting an official diagnosis, and when there were all these red flags and signs that, yeah, this is definitely what you have, there's no question, there were still people in my life who were cautioning me to calm down and talk to a mental health professional and make sure you get an official diagnosis. Don't just assume something because it feels like that's what you might have. And granted, I understand why they say things like that, but at the same time, it can be, especially if you have emotional dysregulation. We were just talking about that. It can feel very hurtful and invalidating. And plus, when I was a kid, I was raised by abusive narcissists whom I observed and from whom I learned how to be manipulative and you know, in order to get what I want, because I learned by their example, I could easily become I've always been afraid, and just ask my therapist how many times I've discussed this in therapy. Because I know I have that ugliness inside me that I observed from them when I was growing up and taught that lesson, you know, even though I didn't want to learn it. Like, I've been afraid forever that I could turn into a narcissist just like them. Like, I know how the game is played. I know how to do it, but I also have empathy and a conscience. So I use my capacity for evil very sparingly, and only when I'm using it against another evil person or thing or system or whatever, like, you know. Yep. I already mentioned that. Yeah. And through the whole, like, when I was taking those ADHD quizzes and answering the questions, like, there was a part of my brain that was paranoid that I was just giving the answers I knew were correct because I wanted the diagnosis and not giving the answers that were actually correct, or like I was exaggerating because I wanted to be right about it. The irony, though, is that like I just mentioned a minute ago, imposter syndrome is very, very common with ADHD. And B, without my hypersmart ADHD brain, I wouldn't be able to look at a test question and know the correct answer in order to generate the outcome I wanted, even if it's not exactly the truest answer, which I was afraid I might be subconsciously doing. Even if I was doing it consciously, like, there's always the chance it was a subconscious thing. And you know, I figured a true ADHD professional would be able to see through my lies if, in fact, I was subconsciously giving false answers to get the diagnosis I wanted, and be able to tell me that I didn't have ADHD, but tell me what I actually did have so that I could get the proper treatment for it. I also figured a true professional saying that my ADHD was real would make it bulletproof and infallible, so that my gaslighters and abusers and experts who misdiagnosed me in the past would finally be silenced, and I could have the confidence in myself to and my lived experience. So, you know, insert Mortal Kombat fatality sound effect there. Next slide. My badass therapist becomes my first lucky break. And the thing is, I almost never found him because I used to be so staunchly and sexistly in the camp of, I'll never go to a male therapist. There's no way a male therapist could understand my female problems. But that was very sexist thinking on my part. But then, like, I was looking for counselors in my area that would take my insurance. And when I found the website for the clinic he works out of, they have little short profiles for all their therapists to, you know, kind of give you a better idea of whether or not you can relate to this person. And I noticed that he had martial arts, cat lover, I think there might have been some other nerdy things in his profile that I was like, yeah. You know, and, you know, I saw that we had so much in common, and then what I now know is my interpersonal intuition. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. It was kind of whispering in my brain, give him a chance. Give him a chance. Just do it. Just one appointment. If he sucks, we can find a female. And then once I started doing therapy with him, I found out, oh, not only does he also have ADHD, but he also got diagnosed as an adult. And I described my symptoms to him. I mentioned my history of misdiagnoses and antidepressant hell. And by the end, he was all, well, duh, of course you have ADHD. And I was like, it's like a light shined down through the clouds, and the angels started singing, and it was the validation that I'd been needing for years and never got until that point. And he's very well educated. He's not just some C's get degrees LCSW. He's got at least a master's in this shit. Like therapy, counseling, family counseling, child counseling. You know, and obviously he knows a lot about ADHD because he has it, and he's one of those nerds like me who, once he starts learning about something, he goes down the rabbit hole and learns everything he needs to know. My last therapy session, fuck yeah, he's lit. My last therapy session, I was talking about some of the other parts and parcels that come with ADHD, such as the interpersonal intuition, the RSD, which we will get to in a minute. I'll probably bawl like a little bitch again. Because taking that test tapped into some feelings. But that's on a future slide. And every single one of these I brought up that I was like, wow, this is a new thing I learned about. He's like, yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, that's a thing too. Like he was an old hat, had all this experience with it. I'm like, why haven't we discussed this yet? You know all about these things and we haven't, But yeah, so after several weeks of CBT and my continued struggles, so when you're an adult with ADHD and your brain has been hardwired to malfunction, for lack of a better term, not because of your ADHD, mind you. I'm going to keep emphasizing this point over and over again because it's important. Your ADHD brain isn't malfunctioning because you have ADHD. As you grow up in an adult in a world that is hostile, good night, Luker Gamer. Hope you have a good sleep, and good luck with the kitties. I want pictures. Lots and lots of pictures in my Discord. I demand them. I will ban you from my channel if I don't see cute kitten pics in the next 48 hours. Yeah, and that's why I wanted to do this stream, Japeda, and why I'm honestly thinking about turning the slideshow into a book and self-publishing, because there aren't resources, there aren't things out there that help us connect the dots and put the puzzle pieces together. It took me 38 fucking years. 38 years. It still gets me emotional. It's so frustrating. I spent forever trying to find people that had my type of OCD. A few months ago, I finally found people to relate to in our OCD. And I'm so glad you found that, Japeda. That's awesome. Fucking rock on. Keep talking with those people and making bonds with them and relying on each other for more spoons, because we need that so bad. So yeah, the reason that once you become an adult with ADHD after living with it for so many years in a world that is so hostile to people with ADHD, you learn maladaptive coping mechanisms. You learn bad habits. You don't develop the skills you need to develop to function the way the normie world wants you to function. And that causes a lot of distress, and that's why so many co-occurring mood disorders happen with ADHD, especially in women. Yeah, do it. Absolutely, Japeda. And you can even post it in my Discord too. You can do it under the science section or the general section, just whatever channel you think it's the most relevant, fucking go for it. I want to see it. I really do. So, and that's where the medication is the most helpful, because for me personally, it has really, really helped stop me from being my own worst enemy and getting out of my own way. So that, like I said earlier, the executive functioning problems I've always had and how I know what to do, but I just can't get myself to do it. I'm actually getting myself to do it now that I'm medicated. Now that my brain has the dopamine it needs to do what I want it to do. Excuse me. That wasn't crying, that was just a burp hiccup. A biccup? A hiccup? I'm not sure what to call that. And also, my therapist has tried in the past before medication, when I've complained about the ruminating thoughts and the hyperfixation on those ruminating thoughts, he's told me, get up, go write it down so that you can purge those thoughts from your brain and do what you need to do. And I tried that so many times and it never worked, because I was just so hyperfixated and ruminating so hard that I'd be writing it down and then I'd go back and read it, and then I'd want to change something, and then I'd feel like I needed to read it again, then I'd want to change something else, and I felt like I needed to read it again, and then So he recognized the fact that I needed to get medicated, and he pushed me to get medicated, and I was hesitant at first. But he referred me to a doctor who, either in the past or still currently, is managing his general health stuff and helping him with his medication. So I went to her, and I went to the clinic, and it's a private clinic that doesn't accept private health insurance. So I have to pay $80 a month for a membership to that clinic just to get my ADHD meds prescribed to me. I have to pay $55 a month for my health insurance, and that's discounted because it's ACA insurance, and I'm a broke-ass bitch. Was a broke-ass bitch. That is changing now, thankfully. Without the ACA discounts, it would probably cost me at least $450 a month just for that health insurance plan. It costs me $30 every time I see my therapist, which if I go weekly, which I kind of need right now, especially with the medication and adjusting to it and trying to find the right dose, that's $120 a month. And I'm lucky. I'm one of the lucky ones. Like, this is affordable treatment for ADHD. The medication alone, without insurance, without help from this private clinic, would cost me $200 a month. The therapy would be $150 a week. The clinics cost what the clinic costs because my insurance doesn't get involved. But if I lost insurance tomorrow, the clinic would still be really, really helpful, but I don't know if I could keep getting therapy from this badass therapist, because I don't know if their program will accept sliding scale payments, because in the US, some therapy clinics, if you're poor, and if you can prove you're poor, they have like a sliding scale. Like they base the cost of your appointments on your income. So there's that. A whole new world. A broken brain's first experience with ADHD meds. And if this were the 80s/90s and I was putting together a mixtape of songs that could accurately describe how being on medication for the first time after suffering from a brain-breaking case of ADHD for 38 years felt, it would have A Whole New World from the Aladdin soundtrack on it, Happy by Pharrell, I Can See Clearly Now, Jimmy Cliff, oldie but goodie, and also a less oldie but still goodie from the early 90s pop music genre, Finally It's Happened to Me, and Penis isn't her name, so of course I had to laugh at that, and you should too. CeCe Peniston, that's probably how it's pronounced, but or maybe it is CeCe Peniston and she chose that stage name on purpose because, penis. And, like, on the first day or two of medication, I remember looking over at my cats, being all cute, sleeping in their cat tree. And I caught myself smiling involuntarily and thinking to myself, wow, life actually feels good and worth living. And it was such a surprise to feel happy. I'm like, wow. I was flabbergasted. I was floored. I couldn't believe what a difference it was making. And that was just 10 milligrams of standard release Adderall. Like, that wasn't even a hard dose. Like, unlike Ko, who I think one time on stream he told his chat about how, like, they were putting him on, like, 300 milligrams of Ritalin a day, and he was just sitting in a corner staring at walls, like, yeah. And then I started having some other, like, kind of out-of-mind-body experiences where I was chatting with someone the other day on Discord, and I wrote a sentence that was supposed to describe a timeline of events. And I kind of jumbled it up and put things in the wrong order and got them really confused about what actually happened. And when I clarified, I made a sarcastic little self-deprecating comment about how, wow, that was probably the worst sentence ever, says the person who writes for a living. And without medication, making comments like that is just like a second nature reflex. It's one of the maladaptive coping mechanisms, mal as in bad, that you learn growing up with ADHD, to self-deprecate and point out your flaws, because if you do it first, it hurts less when other people do it. More on that in a minute. But when I made the comment, it was like suddenly my brain, suddenly I was outside of my brain looking in and looking at that comment. And for the first time in my life, I felt no shame or urge to be self-critical over my mistake, and not feeling confused about why I made the comment, because I know why I made the comment. But my brain was all, that wasn't necessary. You write for a living because you're a good writer. And people make mistakes sometimes. It's okay. And I know normie brains feel that way all the time, or most of the time. But for me, it was just it was a huge thing. It was a revelation. For the first time in my life, I understood. It got through my thick freaking skull that I don't need to do that to myself, and I can forgive myself for not being 100% perfect every fucking moment of every fucking day, which is fucking exhausting. Because growing up ADHD in a normie world, we get so much criticism for behaving badly or not doing things right or not being normal or not doing things the right way, that in the podcast I've been listening to, I will repeat the name again because it's an awesome podcast, ADHD for Smartass Women, she likes to spout the statistic about how the average child with a severe case of ADHD will receive 20,000 more negative messages by the time they hit 12 years old than a normie kid. 20,000. You ever heard the expression death by 1,000 cuts? Multiply that by 20. That's how much worse it is for us. And I wish so many normies, especially normie parents of ADHD kids, understood that. Because, quick little story, while my nephew was in town, the one who has got his diagnosis recently, although for him, his main problem is dyslexia, but dyslexia is so common, dovetailed with ADHD, that it's like, I think it's more rare to not have ADHD if you also have dyslexia than it is to, so my sister-in-law, she has a set of clippers that she uses to cut the boys' and my brother's hair, because, if you can do it at home yourself, save a lot of money, why not? So we were out swimming by the pool, and she brought up a chair and started cutting the boy's hair. While she was cutting Evan's hair, he's a tenderhead. I was tenderheaded too as a kid. Like, my mom couldn't brush my hair without hearing me go, ow, from pulling on a snarl, because it hurt. Because, like I said, touch, taste, smell, hearing, like, our sensory receptors are hyperactive in our brains. And also, he experienced a little bit of emotional dysregulation because there was this little tuft in front that he wanted to keep long, like a little duckbill almost. And his mom wanted to cut it short. And so he was starting to get upset about it. And she did a very good job, to her credit. She did a very good job keeping her cool, trying to calm down his emotions by not getting emotional herself. But she was insistent on cutting that little tuft of hair. I thought it didn't look bad, and I kind of wanted him to win that that struggle, but so he was getting upset because she was basically taking away his agency and bodily autonomy a little bit by forcing him to cut his hair in a way he didn't want to cut it. And then his younger brother was kind of sitting on the sidelines and making comments that weren't making the situation any better. And I was so proud of Evan because in that moment, he actually said out loud, "Stop it, Ethan, you're just making it worse." And I'm like, bravo, kid, fucking bravo. Yeah, right, Scott? But I was like, bravo for understanding how you're feeling, acknowledging that feeling, and saying it out loud. I was so fucking proud of him. And then as he's starting to get really, really emotional and going from the yellow to the red on the green, yellow, red meter of emotional dysregulation, he's like just starting to slip into the red and getting emotional and crying. And my brother comes over. I wanted to smack him. He comes over and he starts doing the thing that our father did to us when we were kids, that when he did it to me especially, made things so much worse. He comes over and he's not yelling, but he is raising his voice. He's like, "Evan, this is not something that you need to get this emotional about." Excuse fucking you? These are my emotions. This is what I'm feeling. Like, the whole, like, telling somebody to calm down, which never works, or the whole, like, fascist parenting, like, stop crying or I'll give you something to cry about bullshit. It makes things so much worse when you're experiencing emotional dysregulation. And I actually pulled him aside a few minutes later. I'm like, "Brennan, I know I haven't had a time to tell you about it myself, but has anybody else mentioned my recent ADHD diagnosis?" He's like, "Emily mentioned it." And my brother's a very stoic person, so that's why I go into kind of like robot mode when I'm doing my impression of him. But I'm like, "Well, Brennan, I'm not trying to tell you how to parent, but I do want to say that because of my ADHD, what you did to Evan just now, the thing that our dad did to us all the time as kids, for me, in those moments, it made everything a whole lot worse. And this fucking circus music that we're listening to right now is really it's totally clashing with the story I'm trying to tell." And yeah, no, this sounds like some Russian tune. I don't think so. You know what? Let's just go back to the beginning of this playlist, because most of the songs at the beginning were just spot on perfect. And he kind of he did that thing he does when he doesn't want to admit he's wrong, but he is at least processing the information. So at least one baby step in the right direction. He's like, "Well, can we at least agree that there are other things that are worth getting upset about more than this?" I was like, "We can agree on that." And that was kind of the end of that conversation. But yeah, so ever since I started taking medication, we went off on a tangent there. I have been way more productive work-wise. Like, I don't know who all of you are following me on Twitter or not, but last night, I finally fucking caught up on work. I'm constantly kicking the can forward, and especially with my workload, and like, my future self will fix that over the weekend, or on my next day off I'll play catch up or something. And so I'm always struggling to catch up. I'm always behind. I'm never like on the ball, and it's so frustrating because it also means I'm making less money and I'm struggling to pay bills, and it's stupid fucking burp hiccup, stop it. And the struggle is real. But it feels like such a nice, happy relief now that I'm all caught up in everything and I actually have the free time to do this stream. And it's great. So, and then I started getting ideas for projects I want to do in my spare time, like running for some tiny, dinky local government office or transforming the slideshow into a book and publishing it in hopes of helping other misdiagnosed women get help, treatment, and the support they need. And the reason for that is... Now, keep in mind, a lot of these ideas are just kind of scratched around in the back of my head. I haven't planned anything out yet necessarily, except for the outline of this potential book. I don't know if I'm actually going to follow through with it, like especially the running for office here in Oklahoma and trying to flip a red state blue, which it so desperately needs. It's just... Okay, so let's go forward to the next slide, just in case I say anything that's on it. Okay, yes, RSD. But like I was saying at the end of that last slide, I'm getting all these ideas in my head and these inspirations for what I want to do with my life because the medication helps turn off the part of my brain that has been holding me back for so long. And that part of my brain is being shitty to me because RSD is living in my head rent-free, and it has been for most of my life. Now, what is RSD? It's short for rejection-sensitive dysphoria. RSD is an overwhelming emotional sensation that a person may experience in response to an actual or perceived rejection or criticism. It is a serious condition that can result in low mood and self-esteem, and it is here. I'm gonna eat the microphone as I say this so that you understand. This is serious. It is a serious condition that can result in low mood and self-esteem, and it is not a person being overly sensitive. It is not a person being overly sensitive. I just want to say it again for the people in the back. So here's the RSD quiz that I took that actual mental health professionals give their patients to test them for RSD. There's 15 total questions, but I have just 11 of them up here because these are the ones that and when you're testing someone for RSD, it's not just saying yes to one of these questions. It's saying yes with a strong affirmative. Like, yes, definitely, yeah, this, yes. Not just, oh yeah, I think I felt like that once. No, that's not what RSD is. This is a strong feeling that's chronic over time, constantly haunting you. So, you know what? Before we go over this, I need to refill my water. And I've been live for over 2 hours, so it's about time to get up, stretch your legs. You do not want to have to deal with blood clots. They can be fatal, and if you're in the U.S., assuming you get to a hospital in time, that's a $20,000 medical bill. Not much fun. So yeah, I'm going to switch to my BRB screen and get up, pee, stretch your legs, do all that fun stuff. See you in a minute. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good pee, leg stretch, water refill. I even have a little bit of leftover smoothie, too. So let's go over this RSD quiz, shall we? And this is from an episode of the ADHD for Smartass Women podcast. Like, she dedicated a whole entire episode to RSD. And here's the quiz. Do you ever experience sudden, intense bouts of depression when you think you have been rejected or criticized? Yeah. As a matter of fact, a perfect example of this, one of many, 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 in the fall of 2020, I had to leave a friend group that I was a part of because, it was a clusterfuck of toxic people. And I found out one person in particular who, because of my interpersonal intuition, I knew for a moment one hated my fucking guts. More on interpersonal intuition in a minute. It's probably one of the funnest things I've found out about ever since going down the rabbit hole. But you're out and you don't feel like... did you read the RSD thing? Did you identify with many of those things, of those points? But the friends that I lost my connection to because I had to leave that group due to at least 2, possibly 3 toxic individuals that I just couldn't fucking put up with anymore. I was in a really, really deep fucking depression about it for over a year. And like, I was drinking not the heaviest I've ever drank, but damn close to it. Like, to the point where I was the only calories, I hate that word, but the only food energy I would digest in a day would be just straight from alcohol. No food, no non-alcoholic beverages, nothing. I was so sick from poisoning myself with booze that, like, I had the yips real bad. Like, I couldn't control my hand shaking. Like, there were days I could hardly even type because my hands were shaking so bad because I was so depleted of nutrients, because that's what alcohol does. It makes you pee a whole lot more. You pee out all your nutrients, and when you're not replacing and replenishing them with food and healthy food and water, you just start breaking down. So yeah, that hit me real hard. It lingered for over a year. Like, it was bad. But on top of that, I already watched the How to ADHD one too. It's been the main topic of processing lately. Gotcha. Okay, so answered yes to that question in the strong affirmative. Are you your own harshest critic? Yes, I have to be, motherfucker. Because if I criticize myself first, it hurts less. I don't know why my brain thinks that way. I'm sure some of you listening to me right now can relate. But somehow it takes the sting off it when we say it ourselves first. Because, like, it's like we disempower our bullies because we do it first. Like, if we take that away, then they have no power over us. But at the same time, we're still hurting ourselves. So it's really not helping. It's just shifting it around, I guess. Yeah, and you internalize it. Okay. Do you ever feel anxious in social situations because you assume that no one likes you? You know what's funny about this one for me? It creates a very frustrating catch-22, especially when I'm trying to meet new people, because I get very shy and quiet and I don't talk much because I'm trying to read the room and feel everyone and everything out. Rejection, yeah. But when I don't talk to people, for some reason, especially normie brains, they assume that I'm being a snob and that I think I'm too good to talk to them, which makes them not like me. which reinforces this idea in my head that nobody likes me. So I don't talk, which makes them think I'm a snob, which makes them not like me, which reinforces my belief that nobody likes me. And it's just this vicious cycle, you know? Like my personality, if my personality were a Pokemon, I would be a turtlefly. And I know that's not a real Pokemon, but it should be. Just imagine a dopey, dorky, derpy turtle with butterfly wings. Me, when I'm around new people, I'm like tucked into my shell. Because I'm so afraid they're not gonna like me, or they're gonna be mean to me, or they're gonna tease me and bully me for being different and weird. And then the more I get to know them, the more I poke my little head out, check to see whether it's safe or not to be me. And then if everything looks safe and okay and comfy and comfortable, hello, I'm Ashley. Hello, I'm talking all the time. You can't get me to shut up. I really like you. I'm glad you like me too. This is awesome. And so then the delayed shock of finding out what my personality is really like. Sometimes people are totally cool with it. Sometimes it's just too much and they can't. But yeah. I've had recurring dreams where there's a group of people I know and they're all mad at me because I said or did something, but they interpreted it as malicious intent and they won't believe me when I try to explain it. I didn't mean it like that. That makes me think of that. I am so sorry that you have those dreams. That sounds awful. Man, watch a bunch of YouTube videos with kittens in them right before you go to sleep. Hopefully it'll make those nightmares go away. Okay, do you ever pass up opportunities or avoid starting projects because you're afraid you'll fail? That is the reason I dropped out of grad school. Because I was so afraid of failing at my thesis that it created such crippling anxiety and fear that I just couldn't even get started in the first place. And if I'd known that I had ADHD and that was what my problem was, I could have actually graduated. I could actually have a real master's degree instead of, technically lying about it. But I completed all the coursework to earn the degree. It's just the one little thing, that thesis, that I didn't complete. But I did all the work. So, if I'm filling out an application or a LinkedIn profile or whatever, and people ask me, if it's worded in such a way as they're not asking whether or not I actually graduated, they're just asking what's your highest level of education? I did attend a master's program, so I put down master's. But yeah. But that's just one of the, sticking in my craw. One of the things that now I know what I have. I could have actually written a thesis and finished if I'd known not only what I had, the ADHD, but what accommodations needed to be made to help me. Because they actually had in the program at NYU, they had a policy where they would make mental health accommodations. But since I didn't know what exactly was wrong with my mental health, I didn't know exactly what kind of help I needed to ask for. And push comes to shove, I dropped out. Because I avoided starting a project because I was so afraid of failure. Have you ever been called overly sensitive or a head case because of your strong emotional reactions? Do you not see the fact that all of my responses are in all caps? And also, we talked about the sunburn metaphor in the video. I used to have this big fear that people would take what I said the wrong way and not tell me and be mad at me. I would think back to my conversation and be like, oh shit, I hope they don't think I meant it like this, because it could possibly have been interpreted like that. I've been looking at doing the test stuff to seek accommodations for some learning disabilities. Yeah, learning disabilities are so common with ADHD. It's just ridiculous how common they are. But mental health professionals want to go out of their way to make everything its own separate little syndrome, when I think I've shared my shared roads hypothesis with you guys before, about how mental health disorders are like two neighbors who live next door to each other. They're different people. They lead their own different separate lives. But neighbor A also works across the street from where neighbor B works. And their kids go to the same schools. And they frequent the same movie theaters and restaurants as one another, but on different days for different reasons. But at the end of the day, both of those people are driving up and down the same roads, usually at the same time of day. So yeah, they may be completely separate people living separate lives, but they're sharing a lot of the same roads. Just like how you may have different and separate distinctive disorders, but there's a lot of overlap with symptoms and co-occurrence and all that. So, okay, back to the slide. Do you often dedicate more time than is necessary to a project or become perfectionistic to make sure your work has no mistakes and is above reproach? And the knee-jerk response that came out of my brain surprised kind of even took me through a little emotional loophole. My response was, even the tiniest flaw means I'm a failure who doesn't deserve to live. When you grow up with ADHD in an ADHD hostile world, your flaws are thrown back in your face so much, and it eats away at your self-confidence so much that it eventually starts tricking you into thinking that you're such a failure that you don't deserve to live. Like, that's how serious it gets. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, and I wish they did. I really do. Do you ever experience your emotions as a physical sensation, as though you've been punched in the chest or physically wounded? Yeah, Nameless, exactly. My response, I'd honestly rather be actually physically hit. I know I can take that pain. Literally. I keep thinking back to my stepbrothers growing up. They would physically fight each other a lot. And back then, I was just a little girl. I had no way of defending myself against mid-puberty teenage boys. If they wanted to hurt me, they were going to hurt me. And I think my interpersonal intuition really blossomed then, because I was in such a high state of fear arousal that my brain wired itself to be very, very good at interpersonal intuition, because if I didn't have that skill, I wouldn't be able to read their moods. And if I couldn't read their moods, it would be a lot easier for me to say or do something that would make them angry and make them want to hurt me. And then fast forward many years later, I'm in an MMA class one day. An MMA class I took in large part because I never wanted to feel that powerless in a physical confrontation situation. So I trained myself how to fight, just in case those bastards ever wanted to fucking rumble. I mean, my stepbrother, who's still alive, he may be like 6'3" and very, well, he's not like super strong or anything, but probably is physically stronger than me. But I still think I could take that drunk motherfucker in a fight. Anyway, there was this one day I was sparring with this overzealous green belt, and he backed me into a corner off the edge of the mat with the full-size mirror right behind me. You know, in some gyms, how they have those floor-to-ceiling huge mirrors. Yeah, exactly. Nineless. I was so afraid that he was going to throw a punch at me that made me fall back into the mirror and break it. And also, I was on the very edge of the mat, and there was like an inch drop between the mat and the floor. And I didn't want to trip over that because there was like equipment there, and I didn't want to hit my head on something. So I glanced over my shoulder real quick to see where I was in my three-dimensional space. And as I brought my head back around, his knee came out of nowhere and bam! And I didn't feel any pain, but he came very close to breaking my nose. Like, I collapsed to the floor in a little curled up heap. Just my body did that, just on defensive instinct. I wasn't even thinking, it's just how my body reacted. And blood, just my nose was just gushing blood. But I didn't feel any pain. So yeah, I know. I would rather be physically hit because I can take that pain. But the emotional pain hurts a lot worse. And I think a lot of my ADHD buddies can relate to that. Okay, so do you ever feel shame about the lack of control you have over your emotions? Boy, howdy do I. My parents made damn sure that I did. For those of you who were here earlier when I told the story about adrenaline's a hell of a drug. Yes, it fucking is. I mean, fucking John Jones, that absolute scumbag, he had so much adrenaline going on during one of his title fights that he literally rotated his foot and turned his toe so hard that not only did he break bones in one of his toes, but it was a compound fracture that ripped through his skin. Like, in the playback videos, you can see the bone popping out of his toe, and it's, ugh. I hate broken bones, and I hate body parts that are bent the wrong way because of a broken bone. It just, squicks me out. Okay. Before you were diagnosed with ADHD, were you told you might be depressed, have bipolar disorder, have borderline character disorder? Anybody remember what I was talking about that nurse practitioner said like half a dozen slides ago? Anybody remember that? I do. Another thing about that, what she said to me about being some symptoms of one, but not completely in that camp, and some symptoms of another. John Broken Bones Jones. Good one, other Scott. But that I wasn't really in either camp. Inattentive type ADHD, the third type of ADHD, has some symptoms of inattentive, but not completely in that camp, and some symptoms of hyperactive, but not completely in that camp. So, sound familiar? Okay. Do you ever shy away from close friendships or romantic relationships because you're worried that if people know the real you, they won't like you? And yeah, when I first took this quiz, I almost started crying when I started thinking about my answer to that question, because not only have I had so many people that I want to talk to more, that I want to be better friends with, but I'm afraid to, because I don't want them to find out the real me and hate me or not like me or be disgusted by me. But I've actually had friendships end because once they got to know the real me, they legitimately stopped liking me. And it hurts. Okay. Do you assume the worst in commonplace interactions? Worry you will be fired every time your boss calls you into her office, for instance. Every time I get an article sent back for revision, I'm afraid it's my last. Recently, within the last 3 months or so, I went through this really bad period where every single article I wrote got kicked back to me for revision for work. And I started to get so paranoid and anxious that if I didn't fix this problem, they might let me go. They might, and this is the outfit that I'm getting most of my income from right now. And the other side income that I'm getting from another client, it's not something I can rely on to pay my bills if I were to lose my gig with Looper. Burp hiccups again. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Okay. So all of those 11 questions, I answered yes to, and I answered yes to in the strong affirmative. And, I'm sure everybody feels like this at one point in their lives, here or there. But if it's chronic, if it happens a lot or all the time, and if it's debilitating, especially, that's when you need to find a good therapist or a good doctor and get help and figure things out. And why is RSD so important to the ADHD conversation? Glad you asked. Hypothetical person who didn't actually ask that. because there are 3 mood challenges which are associated with ADHD, but only one is, so far, exclusively unique to ADHD. Mood challenges are overreaction, we're fucking intense, shame and guilt. And like I said, an ADHD kid will receive 20,000 more negative and critical messages by the age of 12 than a neurotypical kid. And even a neurotypical kid needs 5 positive compliments to counteract every 1 negative piece of feedback. So imagine how many compliments we ADHD kids need in order to counteract the criticism. Now take into effect that we're receiving 20,000 more of those criticisms than our neurotypical counterparts. It's a fucking avalanche, man. RSD seems to uniquely coexist with ADHD. About 450 years ago, and this is something I got from the ADHD for Smartass Women podcast, writing about RSD was the fucking tits, and then people just forgot about it. But one of the godfathers of, published work about ADHD and studying ADHD, his name was Paul Wender. You can probably Google him if you want to learn more. Wrote that RSD was necessary in order to confirm the diagnosis. And of course, I slipped in the Goodwill Hunting. How about them apples, people who misdiagnose me? Because emotions are actually a really big part of ADHD, and emotional regulation especially. Big part of ADHD. But you have fucking clown shoes out there, like my former psychiatrist, who told me I couldn't have ADHD because that's a behavioral disorder, and I had a mood disorder. Seems like ADHD has a very, very big impact on our moods. It's like the meme I found on Twitter one day. It was from a Scooby-Doo episode. You know how they always unmask the bad guy at the end? And in this meme, it's 2 pictures. First picture, Fred is reaching out to unmask the bad guy. And over the mask, somebody captioned, "Struggles with depression and self-esteem." In the next picture, after he rips the mask off, in the first picture also, so it's the mask, the caption over the mask is, "Struggles with depression and self-esteem." And Freddy, there's a little talk bubble above him saying, "What could this really be?" And in the second picture, he unmasked the bad guy, and the caption now reads, "Undiagnosed ADHD." So yeah, next slide. Oh, whoops, I'm on the wrong thing. Okay. Now that I know what I know, here's why I'm thankful I have ADHD. Because the interpersonal intuition isn't just about feelings and emotions and other people. It is, and I went down a wonderful, beautiful little rabbit hole where I found all this information. Because the centers in our brain that deal with sensory perception, again, smell, taste, touch, hearing, all that, because those parts of our brain are so hyperactive, it is quite literally, I am not joking, I'm not exaggerating, it is literally a real life, non-science fiction, actual scientific fact. It is a spidey sense. I mean, not just, like I said, I can feel people's emotions even if they can't acknowledge their own emotions. Like, "Hey, science and empathy, how you doing, bud?" I can tell whether someone likes me or not. I can walk into a room, and even if someone is pretending as hard as they can, that they're happy and everything's fine, I fucking know if they're upset. I fucking know if they're sad and trying to hide it. I fucking know if they're angry and they're not doing anything that's outwardly, empirically visible or observable. Let's touch our ADHDs together. Just the tip. Just the tip. Your ADHD, my ADHD. Just the tip. Just the tip. I don't know why I had so much fun saying that. But it did. I know when people hate me. I know when they like me. And I know when they want to fuck me. I remember this one time. I was moving in with a friend to the guest bedroom in the house that her and her parents lived in. She still lives there. Her parents don't. But that's a whole other story. And I posted something on Facebook about moving my stuff in and if anybody wanted to come over and help. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of my local friends just showed up. And one of them brought a friend who turned out to be this total fucking scumbag, racist piece of shit. But I kind of got a vibe off him that he was like looking at me like I was a nice tasty snack he wanted to bite into. Of course I know what you think of me, Scott. But then again, you kind of make it obvious. But no, so they were helping me unload and unpack stuff and everything. And oh my god, what emote is that? I like that spray bottle with the bad. I just wish the bad letters were a little bit bigger so it was easier to read. But anyway. So this dude, I can already tell he's kind of crushing on me. It's just like, I can feel it. It's like, I can not only feel him looking at me, but looking at me with lust. Like, I can just feel it coming off of him. And then when somebody mentioned out loud that I was single, when he turned around and looked at me wide-eyed and was like, "Oh, you're single?" It was like this blast wave of horny hit me full force, like an invisible tidal wave. And I'm like, oh no. This is the start of something awful. And it was one of those situations where he tried to pull the milady routine and tried to be the nice guy and do nice things for me and buy me dinner and other things and give me rides to places to get on my good side so that he could earn brownie points that he would later try to exchange for pussy. And also, like I said, he was a literally unapologetic racist. I remember I started dating this guy at the time who was half black, half white. And he got real jealous and upset and muttered something at dinner one night where I think one of his friends called him a Jew or something. And he's like, well, at least I'm not black. Excuse you, motherfucker? Black Lives Matter, bitch. But yeah, we stopped associating with each other shortly after that. But, and I didn't write this anywhere on the slide, and I'm surprised I didn't, but the scientific explanation for our spidey sense, for us ADHD people who have it, not everybody who has ADHD is going to have it, but a lot of us do. Yeah, right, Nimeless? Emote hoarder? Yeah, I know them feels. So scientifically, they've done experiments, they've tested this out, and not only is this interpersonal intuition partly coming from our heightened sense of smell, because our olfactory bulb, which processes scent, is larger and hyperactive compared to normie brains. So not only do we have a heightened sense of smell, but human emotions each human emotion has its own unique sense of smell. Or not sense of smell. Each human emotion has its own type of smell. So if you're angry, you're going to be spewing out pheromones that, nobody can consciously detect these smells. But subconsciously, when your olfactory bulb processes them, it goes into the data stream and gets processed with everything else you observe. And, so next point on the slide. I called my stepsister's husband's infidelity 8 years before it happened. 8 fucking years because of my interpersonal intuition. Because every time she would bring him around for family dinners and shit, her husband is kind of a stoic, not very emotional person also. But at the same time, whenever he came around, he always felt a little bit sad. And this was when he was around the woman who's allegedly the love of his life and the mother of his 3 children, you know. And also at one point in the relationship, after they'd been together for a few years, they broke up. I'm guessing he finally decided that he didn't want to be with someone who was a selfish, cold fish, borderline narcissistic, heartless bitch, and tried to go out and find somebody better. But she kind of stayed in his life and was still trying to pull manipulative little strings to get him to come back to her, because she just decided at some point in the relationship that he was the one that she was going to marry and she wasn't going to let him go. And yeah, mindless, exactly. That's another thing I'm going to get into here in a minute, but you hit the nail on the head there. But like so I guess he went to go sow his wild oats or whatever, and I guess he got impatient after trying for like 6 months to find somebody better, and he couldn't do it. And so I think it was for Christmas that year, he came crawling back with a dozen roses and a princess cut engagement ring. And once, I think my dad told me the news over the phone. Once I heard that, I'm like, they're gonna get divorced in like 10, 15 years. Guarantee you. Guaranteed. And then, due to some other family struggles, I went no contact with my father for 8 years. Basically because when she and Jeremy were supposed to when she and her husband were supposed to get married, it was the same weekend, which was sandwiched between 2 of my grad school finals, my very first semester of grad school. And I didn't want to fuck things up by being forced to go to a wedding where I wasn't welcome. There was no love lost between me and my stepsister. That evil bitch tried to drown me in a lake when we were kids because she thought it'd be a funny prank, and to this day still refuses to apologize. Because I overreacted to the situation. This whole ADHD slideshow. Emotional dysregulation. RSD. Trying to gaslight me into thinking that it wasn't as big of a deal as it was, because she doesn't want to look bad, even though what she did was wrong and she should feel wrong. The axe remembers, but the tree does not forget. Yeah. So when I did finally, I mean, from my perspective, this is such an egregious thing and might lead to terrible and horrible, anachronistic, and from a scientific point of view is a very serendipity, which can lead to, okay. All right, that's a lot of words. Okay. Hey, Joe, what's up? Okay, so when I finally ended the no contact and got back in touch with my father, he was kind of updating me on everything that had been happening in the family over the 8 years that I hadn't talked to any of them. And when he told me that that my stepsister and her husband were going through marriage counseling because he had been unfaithful to her, I was sitting there like this for several minutes because I was smiling so hard I couldn't control myself. So I just sit there with my hand over my mouth, trying to pretend like, oh, this is such a bad thing. Oh, poor Deborah. I'm so sad that happened to her. Because it couldn't have happened to a more deserving person. Like, seriously. Like, and I don't even know if he cheated on her, but because she's a cold fish and wasn't giving him sex, or if he cheated on her because of the emotional neglect. But, I mean, it might have even been both, honestly, because she's just not a loving person, and she is just as big of a prude as her mother. So, because I remember sitting at dinner one day, and she was talking about a friend of hers who is in a relationship with a woman who a male friend of hers who was in a relationship with this woman that nobody really liked. She was kind of a bitch, and everybody was hoping they'd break up. And I think she said something like, I don't even know why he's still with her. And my dad was like, it's probably because she swallows. Some of us started laughing at the joke, and then she was like, oh my God, that's so vulgar. That's so inappropriate. How could you say something like that? No. And I'm like, ugh, unclench your sphincter, bitch. But yeah. So yeah, I call that infidelity like 8 years before it even happened. I can sense danger right before it happens. There was this one time, and 9list, this kind of goes back to what you were saying about, let me scroll up in chat. I think you said something about like the data streams, or like, I look at it like you get access to, but not the reasoning to, metadata you can build a good gut feeling on. Yeah, so kind of touching back on that, on what you said, part of my spidey sense also can sense danger. In the instance of my friend's mom almost getting her foot run over by my friend's car, it was that I was taking in all of this metadata at the same time, because that's what our ADHD brains do. It's not that we have a deficit of attention. Sorry, I think my new upstairs neighbor just dropped something, and it almost sounded like somebody was knocking on my door. So anyway, it's that there are moments where we're paying attention to everything all the time, and we're constantly taking in the stream, this flow of metadata. And the data I was taking in that moment, I was in the passenger seat of my friend's car. My friend was driving. We were saying goodbye to her parents after we'd been visiting them for the weekend, and we were going back to university. And her mom was standing very, very close to the car. And all of a sudden I had this impulse, this thought, like someone was stabbing it in my brain with an ice pick. That's how urgent it was. I was thinking, I need to tell her to back away from the car. Her foot's gonna get run over. And then the more rational, the more normie-ish part of my brain, or the internalized norminess of self-criticism that I'd adopted over the years because reasons, was like, that's a weird thought to think. That's stupid. That's not gonna happen. And sure enough, a few seconds later, Ramona started backing up sooner than her mother was expecting her to. And she kind of leaped back and yelped a little bit, but she leaped back in time. She saved herself for her foot getting run over. But I was like, wow, I saw that coming. How did I do that? You know, and also speaking to the metadata, 9less Lies, have any of you ever seen the Moonwalking Bear video? It's a British public service announcement to try and help people be more aware of cyclists on the road, because I guess they were having a lot of problems with cars hitting bicyclists and, you know, hurting people or killing people. So they made this commercial. They took a basketball team. They put half of them in black uniforms, half of them in white uniforms, and they had them dribble and pass the ball. And the narrator told the audience to watch the players, the Moonwalking Bear video, and count how many times they passed the ball to one another. And I remember when I was watching that video, I saw somebody in a bear costume walk into the shot and slowly walk through the crowd, but I was so busy counting the bouncing balls, like my brain saw that, didn't recognize it as something that should be important because it's just so weird and unexpected, and this can't be a real thing, so switched it aside and went back to counting the basketballs. And then at the end of it, when they stopped bouncing, the announcer comes back in and says, if you counted 19 passes, then congratulations. But did you see the moonwalking bear? And it does the fast forward rewind, or super fast rewind, and it plays it again. And this time, when I saw the bear, I remembered noticing the bear when I wasn't supposed to notice the bear, but my brain noticed the bear, but my brain decided that it wasn't important and it was so unusual and nonsensical and had no reason to be there that my brain just immediately dismissed it. I don't think I've seen it, but I know what phenomenon you're talking about. The background noise, our brains just tunes the fuck out. Yeah, essentially. But, okay. So, and then the next point in the slide, and this is a big one. When I was 18 years old, my ADHD and the interpersonal intuition that comes with it saved me from getting gang raped at a party. Well, it was more like a get-together, really. I had a coworker that I really liked and looked up to and kind of wanted to be friends with. Her name was Sarah. She invited me out one night to her friend Kevin's house. And we hung out, we had a good time, and everybody seemed super cool, and they had a pool table in their garage, and I wanted to keep going back there and hanging out because I was having fun, and they had a pool table, and I really like playing pool. So one night, Kevin or somebody, one of his roommates, I can't remember who exactly, invited me out to a little get-together. And this was back when I didn't know what straight edge was, but I was essentially straight edge. I didn't drink, I didn't do any drugs. The hardest thing I did back then was caffeine in my soda, you know. And I thought everybody was cool with it. So when I went to that party that night, I walk in, I find a place in the garage to sit down and chill. Kevin comes up to me and asks me what I want to drink. I tell him to pour me a Dr. Pepper. And the second he disappeared into the kitchen to pour my Dr. Pepper, I had another one of those urgent stabbing thoughts. And the thought was, Ashley, go watch him make your drink. He's going to spike your fucking drink. And then I was like, but why? Why am I having this thought? Like, it makes no sense. Kevin's never been nothing but nice to me. I have no reason to think this thought. You know, I was just confused. But at the same time, my spidey sense was tingling. Something was wrong. And so when he comes back with my Dr. Pepper, he hands me the cup. I look in the cup. It looks like someone has dashed an entire cigarette into my cup. There were these little white flakes floating around in the dark, syrupy Dr. Pepper. And then I took the tiniest, teeniest baby little sip, and it tasted flat. Like someone, I don't know, tried to crush up a painkiller and stir it into my drink. So, in that moment, I was fucking terrified because I knew I couldn't drink the drink because it would probably knock me out, and God knows what the fuck would have happened to a very physically attractive 18-year-old girl passed out at a house party with a bunch of horny frat boys. I mean, you could say, oh, maybe they were just trying to prank you. I don't think they would have done anything if you'd actually passed out, but fuck you. No, somebody would have done something to me in my passed out body. I guarantee you. Guarantee you. So I'm sitting there thinking, shit, what do I do? 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 Because if they find out I know that they spiked my drink, they might, how far would they go to keep me silent? And so I kind of make a plan in my head. I'm like, okay, we're going to chill for like 30 minutes. Then we're going to say we're tired and we need to go home and sleep. And about 20 minutes into my plan, Kevin notices I'm not drinking my drink because he's watching me. Because he's waiting for me to start getting sleepy and pass out. Because he spiked my drink on purpose. And he looks at me, he's like, why aren't you drinking your drink? I'm like, oh, no, I'm sorry, man. I'm just not thirsty. It's cool. And he's like, I poured you a drink. Why aren't you drinking your fucking drink? I'm like, I'm sorry. It's cool, man. And like, who the fuck gets angry over someone wasting a glass of Dr. Pepper? It's like fucking less than $2 for a 2-liter. Like, why would you get upset unless you're trying to bully me into drinking the drink that you spiked? And so we kind of went back and forth with that, with me apologizing, saying, I'm sorry, I'm just not thirsty, I'm just not in the mood for soda right now. And then finally, he's like, well, if you're not gonna drink it, I'll fucking drink it. Walks over, snatches up the cup, glugs about 4 or 5 shots worth of Captain Morgan in that bad boy, and drinks it. And also at one point in that night, one of his friends who was like, he told Kevin, he's like, man, Kevin, man, I'm just not feeling these pills, man. So I know there were painkillers in the house. I didn't see them, but I know they were there because somebody said, you know. And the funny thing is, he said it while he was obviously drowsy and under the influence of whatever kind of painkiller they were doing, which I got a chuckle out of secretly inside my head. But so after he's done drinking my drink, which is painkiller plus rum plus all the other alcohol and however many pills he popped that night, about half an hour later, he's so wasted, he cannot stand up on his own 2 feet. His friends literally had to do the stereotypical thing where they like draped his arms around their shoulders in order to drag him off to bed, and he was doing the white boy wasted, I love you, man. No, seriously, I fucking love you, man. And he like physically could not even keep his own eyes open. He was so wasted. Like, he should have gone to the ER. That's how bad it was. But, you know. So, when he left the room to go pour my drink, and I had that urgent thought, I probably was able to smell his malevolent intent. And without my ADHD, I never would have picked up on that. He would have successfully spiked my drink. I probably would have passed out. And God knows what the fuck would have happened to me after that. But it wouldn't have been anything good. Also, I aced my way through school effortlessly. Like, my brain is so thirsty for dopamine, so thirsty for knowledge, and I get such a dopamine hit off of learning new things that memorizing all 206 bones in the human body and acing a quiz about it, NBD. But planning out a long-term marathon grad school thesis, terrifying. And yeah, and I talked about dropping out of grad school, so, and also like, even at NYU, not to brag or anything, but I was one of the smartest students in my program at that time. I noticed so many other people just like slack the fuck off and skate by and get passing grades, even though they were complete fucking morons. And it quickly dawned on me that the program I had gotten accepted into, most of the people running the show were of the, like the professors and such, were of the attitude that if you're good enough to get accepted in the first place, that's really validation enough. The coursework is like, you know, you're in the club, so you don't need to work that hard anymore. And which was really frustrating to me. It was really more of an opportunity to network, to get yourself better job opportunities than it was to learn the skills you needed to learn to get better job opportunities. And perfect example, I was taking an energy and economics class, which basically taught us how to put together a business proposal for different types of power plants, nuclear, wind, solar, geothermal, what have you. How to analyze the economics of it, how to make it profitable, how to take into account all the other risk factors, and figure out which one is a good business venture and which one is going to bankrupt and fail. One of those, the final project, actually, of the semester, was our professor cutting out different regions of the globe and assigning specific regions to specific groups. And I think he assigned the groups too. I don't think we got to choose who our partners were, but I got lumped in with this group of students who, my lips are chapped, hold on. The first meeting that we all got together lasted an hour and a half. Half of that was spent discussing the project and assigning roles. Our group had been assigned kind of the Southwest Asia region of that part of the world, which included India, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and a few other nearby countries. The project was to analyze all of those countries, figure out which country would be the best place to build a small modular nuclear reactor project, which is like most of the nuclear power plants in existence today. They're just like one big, huge power plant. They cost like $10 billion, billion with a B, to build. It takes like 10 years to construct it. There's all sorts of liability issues. And it's usually so massive and expensive and risky that's probably one of the biggest reasons you don't see many people building new power plants and why so many are getting decommissioned. It's not necessarily about the environment, our overreaction to the fear of nuclear power is a different rant for a different day. But it's stupid, and we shouldn't be afraid of it. And we should be relying on that zero carbon emission energy to power our planet. But because Jane Fonda made a scary movie in the 80s about the 3 Mile Island meltdown, it's just, we can't know. We gotta shut them down and switch to coal and natural gas, because that makes so much fucking sense. Anyway, small modular nuclear reactor projects, on the other hand, it's like each little modular reactor is like a little battery. And you start out by building 1 or 2 to start powering a small city or a desalination plant for coastal cities where getting fresh drinking water is difficult. And once you get it up and running, they're smaller, so they're less expensive. There are fewer liability issues. You can get a revenue stream up and running much more quickly than building a whole big-ass plant. And, so that was the basic concept of the project. Figure out where to build 1 or 2 reactors, figure out how much it's going to cost in total expenses, liability insurance, what have you. Figure out which country in your region of countries would be the best country to build that those nuclear reactors in, little baby mini reactors. Little, cutesy little baby modular reactor. Anyway. And figure out a specific city in that country to build the plant at. And so I kept having trouble making it to meetings with this group because they kept scheduling meetings when I couldn't make it. And they weren't willing to be flexible with me at all about the scheduling of these meetings. And sorry, I thought I saw one of my cats walking by in the background. And then at the meeting we had a week before the project was due, because I had missed so many meetings and because I was in a bad mood that day, mostly because I had to go to a meeting with a bunch of fucking idiots. Long story short, they did not trust me to do my part of the work for the project, and they wanted to kick me out of the group. A week before the project was due, and this was the big semester project that pretty much determined our grade. And I'm like, well, if you feel that way, then we need to go talk about this with the professor. Because my mood doesn't fucking matter. I just want to get the work done. And for some reason, y'all just don't believe me when I say that I can do it because I'm in a bad mood, and you want to talk about my bad mood and you don't want to talk about the project. So the professor compromised with us. He assigned me Pakistan and Afghanistan to do the analysis for. I chose a small coastal city in Pakistan that not only needed fresh water, so hey, desalination plant, you can make money off that, you can sell the extra power back to the electricity grid, and the instances of terrorism in that city were very low. It was mostly just religious leaders being attacked for not practicing the right version of Islam that other people who lived in that city wanted them to practice or wanted them to not practice. And it was like low tech, low level, like stabbings. It wasn't like some sophisticated terrorist outfit was going to sneak into the reactor plant and steal uranium to build a nuclear bomb, which you cannot do, by the way. The fuel that they use in nuclear reactor rods can never, ever, ever be turned into a nuclear bomb unless you have some sort of enrichment plant, and you can't build one of those plants in secret. The technology you need is so sophisticated and specific that, intelligence agencies around the world watch for that shit like a hawk. So, not with that attitude. Well, the thing is that it's like the difference between a 3-2 beer and the difference between hard liquor. Like, the type of radioactive material you need to build a nuclear bomb requires a much higher concentration of that radioactive material than a nuclear power plant does. So, that mathematical mismatch is... You mean Back to the Future was a bunch of bullshit? Scott, a Hollywood movie? Getting something scientifically and factually inaccurate? Oh my stars! But, yeah, and the funny thing is, so I had to present my project by myself, and everybody else got to present their project in groups. Oh, I did a thorough review after I watched Chernobyl on HBO. I dove deep into this subject. Yeah. Well, I hope you had fun with it. Most of it I already knew from grad school, because our professor did talk about Chernobyl. So anyway, at the end of the day, I tell you that big long story to tell you this. After we presented and turned in our projects, and by the way, everybody else did it wrong. The goal of the project was to find a good location to build the project and figure out the financing to build just 1 or 2 little reactors to start with, but build the infrastructure to eventually scale up once you get the revenue stream started. That's how the project was supposed to go. Everybody else in the class, including my group, that thankfully I was not a part of, they calculated the financial part based on building a full plant, like building like 6 modular reactors, which would have been the same thing as building one big huge plant financially. And they completely missed the whole point of the project, went straight over their heads. And I'm sitting there in class like, am I taking crazy pills? Like, what? How come everyone is doing this completely wrong? Like, objectively completely wrong? Like, what? And so after the semester was over, and it was time for office hours with the professor to go in and get our final grade and talk about how we did on that project, my professor looked me dead in the eye and told me, Ashley, if I were allowed to grade my students based on the grade they actually earned, you are the only student in my entire class who would have passed this semester. I shit you not. He said that. He said that directly to me. And he was probably one of the first adults, even though, like, I was like 25 by this point or something. I was technically an adult myself, but, part of ADHD, our brains develop, certain parts of our brains develop more slowly than normies, so I still felt like a little kid inside, especially with all the negative messaging telling me that I'm, like, inferior and wrong and broken and all that. And he also offered, like, he offered to take me out for drinks that night, not as, like, a creepy professor creeping on his attractive female student kind of thing. It was totally platonic. He was trying to treat me like an equal, like a colleague, like an adult, because that's how he saw me. But all the emotional trauma I'd suffered growing up with ADHD, I didn't know that that's what was happening. It felt kind of weird to be treated like an adult, and it should have felt good to be respected like that, and my brain couldn't process it for what it was and accept it for what it was. But yeah, and I fucking love learning new things. Like the rabbit hole I went down about the figuring out that the interpersonal intuition, that part of that is because I have a hyperactive sense of smell. Like, that was so much fun for me. And most people don't even think about these things. And the funny thing is, I got inspired to go down that rabbit hole and look in that particular direction based on a fucking episode of True Blood I watched over a decade ago. Like, I don't know if any of you remember True Blood, the vampire show with Suki and Anna Paquin and a bunch of other pretty good actors. There was the one character, Sam, who was a human who could transform into a dog at will. So he had a hyperactive sense of smell. Because even when he transformed back into being a human, there were still dog characteristics that were a part of him. And there was an episode where he and Suki were trying to track someone down. That show caused many awakenings. In your pants? Because there were a lot of sexy motherfuckers that were on that show. Oof. Joe Mantegna, hello. I probably mispronounced his last name, but I don't care because he's so fucking hot. Smoothie fit. Anyway, they were trying to track someone down, and they walked into this hunting goods store to ask some questions to try and find this person. Goth ladies, gotcha. And Suki was talking to the guy behind the counter who was running the store. And then she turned around to look at or do something else. And right before she turned back around, Sam was all like, Suki, look out! She turns back around, the dude behind the counter is aiming a crossbow at her and tried to kill her. And as they were running out of the store trying to get away from the dude, Suki asked Sam, she was like, how'd you know he was about to hurt me? And Sam was like, I could smell his fear, I could smell his anger, something like that. Sam could smell his emotions, and that's how he knew what was coming. And I was like, just instinctively, in the stream of metadata, my brain picked that out and was like, I wonder if that's a thing. Because deep down, my brain subconsciously knew that, yes, 100%, that is exactly a thing. That is a thing. And yeah, eventually, many years down the road, it led to the discovery of my interpersonal intuition and the neurological mechanisms that make that possible. And I love knowing that shit. But first, and it boggles my mind when I could smell his crossbow covered in pheromones. Not the crossbow, but just like his adrenaline and norepinephrine shooting up and wafting like out of his armpits or breath or whatever into the ether, and then sorry, I keep bumping things. And it boggles my mind because like I love knowing these things, and I want to share this knowledge because it's so much fun for me to learn and know it. But for some reason, so many people suffer from normie brain that when I start to get excited and say these things and tell them things and teach them things, they're like, shut up, I don't want to hear that. Or sometimes it can, accidentally make me be the, actually guy, So anyway, next slide. Where I'm at now. So I started this presentation and I'm ending it with the same metaphor. Everything's coming full circle. Remember the puzzle metaphor I mentioned earlier? My ADHD was that giant missing puzzle piece in the center. And once I found it, the whole picture came together and everything started making sense. And being on the medication has been great. Every day feels better than the last. And I'm not exaggerating. I know we tend to get super excited about things and God, my eye itches, stop. And we want to exaggerate and be effusive about it. And I've been very good about kind of checking myself before I wreck myself in that regard. But being on the meds is so helpful because my brain is so broken from, again, growing up in a world with a very symptomatic case of ADHD in a world that is hostile to people's ADHD symptoms, that taking the meds unbreaks that broken part of my brain so that I can actually do what I need to do to function and live my best fucking life. And I'm still, dialing in the dosage. It's not 100% perfect yet. Yes, I am different, not broken. Yeah, and I always told people, I always describe my depression to people as, and I think I had it on a previous slide, how it's like, different metaphor, but anyway. It's like if you broke a bone in your leg, big bone, like femur, and you never went to the ER and got it set and put in a cast and treated properly, and it healed crooked, and it made it hard to walk. And everybody treated you like there was something wrong with you because you couldn't run a marathon or sprint in a race because of your broken leg. The co-occurring mood disorder that I developed, getting all these negative messages about me because of my ADHD, it was like breaking a bone and never getting it set right, and it healed crooked and makes it difficult for me to maneuver my environment. So it's in that context that I'm using the word broken. I'm not trying to use it in a self-deprecating kind of way. I just want to make that clear. So, and 9less, since I know you're also medicated, the part here in my slide where I'm talking about how I'm experiencing this weird phenomenon where I'll change my dose or something about my dose, and it'll work great on the first day or two. And then when I get used to it, I don't feel them as much anymore. But I'm still getting really good benefits, like the passive benefits, like the recognizing when I'm being self-deprecating, but not feeling shit, not actually feeling the shame that is usually behind that self-deprecating comment. And just the fact that I've been able to catch up on work, to force myself to work when I didn't want to work with minimal problems. Like it feels like a fucking miracle. It's so hard for me to stay on task and stay on the ball and stay current and hit my deadlines when I'm supposed to. It's so easy for me to just give up and tell myself, oh, I'll do it later. I'll make up for it on a day I have more free time. All that shit. That I'm constantly falling behind. I'm constantly struggling. And I'm constantly beating myself up for it, for failing. But with the meds, I'm struggling with that so much less. It's still a struggle, but it's less. It's a lot less. It's manageable now. And it's such a relief. My God. Okay. And also, I want to write an email to my previous psychiatrist and give him a piece of my mind, but will it do any good? Still in the changing, getting used to phase. You're getting into maintenance mode, but as time goes on, you'll see the accomplishments. Yeah. I'm starting to see some of them. Yeah. But this is a question for you, Chad. Do you think it would do any good whatsoever to write an email to my former psychiatrist and let him know in as polite of a way as humanly possible, not being mean, not being angry at him for misdiagnosing me, not being resentful, just writing a factual email, letting him know that, unfortunately, yes, you did misdiagnose me. Here's all the proof. Here's all the trained medical professionals who agree that you misdiagnosed me. And I'm not mad, I'm not resentful, I'm not bitter. That's not the purpose of this email. The purpose of this email is to help you understand. Like, to help you understand that you did misdiagnose me, and to help you recognize if or how you may have done the same thing to other patients, especially female patients, so that they get the care that they deserve. And then roast him as well. I think I've done enough roasting for one day, but yeah. Very true, Nineless. Like, at some point when I have the free time and if I just can't stop thinking about it, I probably will sit down and write like a rough draft of that email, and who the hell knows if I'll ever click send. But the main point of the email though would be to help him not misdiagnose anyone else, so that other patients of his, especially female patients who have the same symptoms that I do, end up in the position I was in, struggling with him, struggling to find the right medications to treat me, because he was very insistent that I go back on the naltrexone, and it was causing a lot of problems, specifically the hypercortisolemia. And yeah, it might even be something I do later tonight after I end the stream. Just to get it out of my head so that I have more room in my limited brain space to think about other more important things. But yeah, anyway. But like I said, the purpose of the email would be to help his patients be misdiagnosed less often. But his ego and his cognitive dissonance might get in the way of his brain being able to process that information. So, I don't know. I'm still kind of on the fence about whether or not I want to help him understand that he misdiagnosed me. So, also, where I'm at now, my 11-year-old white male nephew got his diagnosis the same year I did. Fuck this sexist fucking society right in the ear with King Kong's dick. Multiple exclamation points. And when I tried to tell him I have it too, I was like looking forward to this big, beautiful bonding moment where he realizes that there's no shame or stigma to be had, and we bond over it and, get closer. And then we were swimming in the pool. We were kind of over in our own little corner, hanging out, floating around. And I asked him a question I'd already asked him like 20 minutes ago. He's like, "You already asked me that, Aunt Ashley." And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, sorry. My memory sucks sometimes. Do you know why?" He's like, "No, why?" I'm like, "Because I have ADHD." And he was like, "Oh, yeah, my uncle has that." And then went back to like playing with a pool toy or something. Yeah, radical acceptance. Mm-hmm. Very disappointingly anticlimactic, as I say in the slide. Regardless, every day is better than the last. Like I just said, I'm getting more positive work-wise. I'm evolving past my negative self-thinking. I'm making ambitious plans for the future. I'm pulling the trigger on positive life changes I've needed to make in order to better myself and my life that I wasn't able to do before. Not because of a lack of willpower, but because of a lack of dopamine. And I wish so many normies could understand that, instead of blaming us and calling us lazy and trying to shame and punish us into being better, when it only makes the problem worse. It literally forces our brains to develop bad coping mechanisms and mood disorders. And they think they're helping. It's just, that's why I want to do these streams, and that's why I want to bring awareness to this, because I want people to understand so that other people don't get hurt. Okay, so, and this is the last slide in the presentation, and this is just kind of like you've seen the Janice from Legal thing getting spammed by my bot, but this is another one of those CYA kind of messages, and as a note to anybody who recognizes themselves in my story but has not been given an official diagnosis or even sought one out, but maybe now you're thinking about it, keep in mind that almost everyone experiences symptoms of ADHD from time to time. It's not something that is only unique to ADHD brains. Normie brains can sometimes get little blips and blops here and there that look like ADHD. But, I was talking to a friend the other day who, and I've been talking to him a lot about this because, we hang out a lot. We spend a lot of time talking to each other and stuff. And he said on more than one occasion, every time I talk about my ADHD and symptoms and something new that I've learned about it, he's made a few comments that were basically, wow, it kind of sounds like I have this too. But at the same time, he has a really good job. He's making money hand over fist. His symptoms, or maybe not even sarcastic upwards, maybe his symptoms have never been debilitating. They've never held him back. He is living a very successful life. And mine, on the other hand, have been cripplingly painful at times. But that's not even my fault, and it's not even directly the fault of my ADHD. It's society as a whole treating me badly because my brain is different, and it scares them, and it frustrates them, it makes them angry, and they don't like it. So, yeah, are your symptoms inconsequential to your success and happiness in life, or are they debilitating and holding you back? For me, it's 100% the latter. My symptoms were a magnet for abuse from people who were annoyed by my exceptionalism. And I'm not even saying exceptionalism is, I'm exceptional, I'm cool. It's more like me being the exception to the rule, different from the norm. I was bullied at school for being weird, even in college and grad school. The RSD part of it made me feel lonely because I was afraid to pursue relationships, both platonic and romantic. Like, I don't even know if I'm capable of monogamy, or like, cause I think it's another part of my ADHD. I've never been in a serious monogamous relationship for longer than a year because I get bored. And but somewhere between, like, starting at around 6 months, my brain is climbing the wall for a new dick because I'm bored. I want something new. I want novelty. And this cool person I've been dating for a while, who there's nothing wrong with them, they're just not giving me that dopamine hit anymore that they gave me in the honeymoon phase. So it's like, maybe I am capable of monogamy. Or maybe I'm a slut like my dad. Like, I'm still figuring that out. But anyway, afraid to pursue relationships, both platonic and romantic, and I've worked menial jobs which are beneath my true potential because I'm excruciatingly, painfully afraid of failure. Living with this without being diagnosed has felt like I'm trying to run a 500-meter dash with a parachute strapped to my back my whole life. Another perfect metaphor for my whole life. Getting my diagnosis, finding the perfect therapist, and most importantly, finding meds which have helped unbreak my brain so that I finally have the wherewithal and the agency to live my life the way I deserve to live it, without the handicap of RSD and procrastination and substance use disorder and rumination and negative self-thoughts. It feels like someone cut that parachute off and I can finally run at full speed. And life is fucking beautiful right now. QED, bitches. Not found the right wiener yet, that's all. Oh, no, Scott. Other Scott. Have I never talked about Magic Stick on my stream before? There was this guy I was dating when I was living in New York, and I was dating online, mostly OkCupid, before it turned into the shit show wannabe Tinder that it is today. Like a Tinder wannabe. It's a pink and blue Tinder wannabe, basically. That's what OkCupid has devolved into ever since they sold out to, I think it was Match.com. But I was dating so many people at the same time. Novelty. and the ADHD ability to, focus on many things at once, that I had to assign them nicknames to keep them all straight in my head. And there was this one guy whose nickname was Magic Stick, for exactly the reason you're thinking. I swear to God, he had the best dick I've ever ridden in my whole life. Like, it was the perfect amount of girth. It was so physically satisfying, and it was obviously hard enough for penetration, but it wasn't so hard that when he was going balls deep, it felt like I was being falcon punched in the cervix. Like, oh yeah, 9less, absolutely. Just, whenever we both have some free time, we can sit down and handle that. Absolutely. I can also show you an educational YouTube video, which, you know what? I have no idea where the link is to it. But I will search for it, and I'll post it in my general and Discord, so that way anybody else who's interested in doing better at online dating can take some advice. It's from this dating coach who, it's a TED Talk, and it's like 19-ish minutes long, but he has some perfect fucking advice in that video, which I would highly recommend anybody who's single and trying to date via online dating to follow. So yeah. Well, let me switch my scene real quick. Let's see. Here we go. Oh. So, all right. Let me center. Whee! Okay. That's center-ish. That's about right. It can be Geppetto. But me, when I was online dating, I was smoking hot, so I had a very competitive advantage. But at the same time, I was also self-aware enough to know what I was looking for and how to find it in someone's profile. The one biggest piece of advice I can give somebody who wants to do online dating is to understand that your profile is a sieve. It's not a net. You're not trying to catch as many fish as you can. You're trying to weed out the bad apples so that you can find the nuggets of gold that are worth your time and energy. And the really, really frustrating thing is that in recent years, and it's not just OkCupid that's guilty of this, pretty much any free online dating app or website is trying to clone Tinder's success. I personally don't think Tinder is very successful at all, but and they've mostly done away with the ability to write a detailed profile to really show the world who you are so that you can attract like-minded individuals. Like, I think on Bumble, they only let you answer 3 or 4 profile questions, and there's a character limit. Like, you're not allowed to write more than like 2 or 3 sentences. I'm like, excuse me? What? No. And everybody thinks it's all about looks. It's all about your pictures, and having attractive pictures helps. I'm not gonna pretend that reality isn't reality. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. But yeah, Geppetto, true. But it's beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and I know everybody says that, and it's such a lofty platitude that it hardly even feels like it means anything anymore. But me personally, I have dated some goofy looking motherfuckers because what they had going on the inside was so attractive, it made me care less about their looks. Especially if a guy can make me laugh. That is one of the sexiest fucking things in the world. If you have the right sense of humor, I just, damn. including the guy that catfished you. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. That is just the worst. So wait, did they catfish you because they were trying to like make money off of you, or were they just doing it to screw with you because they're a sick and twisted person who gets their jollies out of causing other people suffering? That's what I want to know, but yeah, and people are just, see, I actually prefer online dating as opposed to normal dating because it gives me a chance to, in a way, kind of profile somebody before I meet them in person. Having said that, if I meet someone online that I think I might like, I have to meet them in person first before we say or do anything sexual because of the sweaty t-shirt experiment. Long story short, like I was talking about earlier with the interpersonal intuition thing, we can subconsciously smell, we can't consciously realize it or detect it. Oh, okay. That's still lying, though, is not okay. I mean, I understand using an online profile to make it easier to talk to people. I can get behind that, but not if they're gonna lie and misrepresent themselves. That's not okay. But like, no, we can subconsciously smell things about another person, like in a romantic context. If I meet someone in person, I can smell their profile of their immune system, like what they're immune to and whatnot. Not like not necessarily specific diseases, I don't think, but like it's part of the meta stream, the metadata, where I can smell their pheromones or whatever, and my brain subconsciously in the back in the supercomputer over here processing everything and spitting back out the important bits of data to my conscious part of my brain. It'll calculate things and it'll figure out their DNA plus my DNA equals super babies who are immune to everything, or more diseases than I'm immune to currently. Because that's the purpose of procreation, to mix DNA in such a way that you make stronger, healthier, more resilient babies. And I was going somewhere with this. Oh yeah, that's the reason, like, if I meet somebody online and I like them, eventually I have to meet them in person to know for sure whether or not I want to get freaky with them. So, I mean, that's another thing that I'm getting off track and I'm rambling. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours now, which is usually where I hit my limit because I'm not doing this professionally. I'm not trying to make a career out of this. I'm just doing this for fun and because I want to spread knowledge and raise awareness and help people understand these things. Because it's very rewarding to me to know and understand these things, and I want to spread the dopamine. You know, I want other people to feel good learning and understanding the same way I do. So, told him I wasn't going to meet downtown like he wanted until I got a social media profile or we video chatted or something. He deleted me. What a fuckhead. Make a date to throw rocks at cars. If they say yes, you've got something unique there. No, my favorite type of first date is something simple and chill, like a coffee date, where we can just go and sit down and shoot the shit and get to know each other. That's my perfect first date. Because that, in a nutshell, is everything I need to know whether or not I want a second date with you. So, yeah, I remember one coffee date that went so well. We sat there shooting the shit and getting to know each other for like 6 hours. And now that I think about it, maybe he was a fellow brain. Maybe he was a fellow ADHDer. If you can sit down and focus on a conversation with another human being for 6 whole hours, I mean... And if they piss you off, you have coffee to throw in their face. Exactly. It's perfect. Actually, for like all of the 5 minutes I had my OkCupid profile active here in Oklahoma, because I moved back here in January of 2020, and then March, April is when shit hit the fan with COVID. So obviously I suspended all of my online dating profiles because COVID everywhere in a deep red state that doesn't believe in vaccines. Like, at some point soon, I may turn my profile back on, but when I do, I'm going to specifically put in that profile, do not bother messaging me if you are not vaxxed and boosted. I will ignore you. I will delete your message, and I will yeet that bit of virtual data into the sun. But that's going to get me a lot of hate mail. I mean, as it is, having on my profile that I like MMA and training MMA has gotten me hate mail. No shit. Yeah. There's something else I was going to say. Forget what exactly, but I want proof. Show me. No, seriously. I remember what I was going to say, but after this. If I go on a date with somebody from here on out, from now into whenever, I will demand to see their vaccination card when we meet in person. And if they can't produce it, that's when I hop in my car and go home. Yeah, baby. Show me your vaccination card. You got a first shot? You got a second shot? You're boosted? Holy shit, that's so hot. No, other Scott, I actually did go on a date with a guy once who was excited about and turned on by the fact that I knew MMA. And at one point in the date, we kind of squirreled ourselves off to this little secret sidewalk area where nobody was walking by or looking. And sexy voice scrub knitted cameo. Yes, she did. And he just, and I kind of took it as like a practicing exercise. I'm like, don't pussyfoot around. Like, come at me like you're trying to grab me. Like, don't take it easy on me. I want to see how good I am at this. And so he came at me, and I kept hip tossing him over and over and over again. And it was a lot of fun. But I mean, he was fun to hang out with, but I just didn't get sexy vibes off him. He didn't make my sexy spidey sense tingle. But no, okay, so when I did have active dating profiles here in Oklahoma for all of 5 minutes before COVID, hit the shit, there was this one guy we were texting back and forth one night, and he's all the way down in fucking Norman, which is at least a half-hour drive on the highway from here. And this was like 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. And he was trying to get me to drive to his house. And keep in mind, we'd never met in person before, so this would have been technically like a first date. But he's trying to pass go and collect $200 when we haven't even been on an actual proper first date yet. And eventually, I just got so fucking fed up with him insisting for me to get in my car and drive a half an hour to a stranger's house at night. And I texted him and I told him, look, this is an online dating app. It's not Uber Eats for pussy. And I sent the message and I blocked him. I was particularly tickled by my exceptional sense of humor that night. My smoothie is delicious. Let's see, is there anything else I want to say? Well, I guess one last little point I'll talk about, because it's tangentially related to the ADHD talk earlier. A lot of people have been telling me that I look like I'm losing weight, especially in the face. But honestly, I feel bigger and more bloated than I've ever felt in a long time. Even though I'm actually at least 15 pounds down from my heaviest COVID weight. And I took measurements the other day, and I'm smaller than I was in October. But I think a part of it is that not only am I no longer taking drugs like naltrexone, which one of the side effects is they boost your cortisol levels, but I'm also taking a blood pressure medication, which I dove down a little rabbit hole on that, and sure enough, one of the side effects of lowering your blood pressure with this medication is you also lower your cortisol levels. And the cortisol is the reason I have all of this extra fluff around my face. Like, actually, hold on, let me go get something. I was trying so hard not to have my full body on camera, and I failed. Okay, so this is a picture of me and my mother the weekend that my brother married my sister-in-law. That's me in the pink shirt. Do you see? I have a jawline and a chin. Do you see how I actually have a fucking neck? Compared to today. All this? I mean, some of it is adipose tissue, yes, but the reason that adipose tissue decided to settle there, and the reason I'm so puffy and swollen, is raised cortisol levels. So, your meds made you gain weight, which sounded great, being 5'10", 100, yeah, you would. If you're 5'10" and only 115 pounds, you definitely need to put on some poundage, preferably in the form of muscle, because muscle is one of the most important things you can have as you get older, because muscular atrophy is such a problem, especially in senior citizens. 90% of it went to your gut, yeah. Yeah, it sounds like your meds may be increasing your cortisol levels somehow. I don't know what specific meds you're on, and if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. But, yeah, I mean, so not only this, and not only this little humpy hump back here, but when I push down on it, you can see that it's squishy. It's mostly fat. It's not my spine rolling, although I have been thinking about seeing a chiropractor, because I know some of it is my spine starting to kind of curve, because it runs in my family. Paxil okay. I might go down a little rabbit hole about that later. Stupid. Yeah, but so there's this. So there's this. And I'm really gonna hate myself for doing this, but fuck it, you guys are cool people. There's a big old gut. No, I ain't smuggling a basketball. I'm just big old fatty McFat. Cortisol. All cortisol. And, like, it won't store anywhere else. Like, I have... Hold on. I might as well get up and try this shit. See these guys? Can you see the... Yeah. See this freaking monster calf muscle right here? I'm having trouble. You see these thighs? They're still, like, decent-sized thighs. These aren't super huge, super jiggly thighs. Like, pretty solid and strong. But yeah, cortisol, man. And I'm doing everything I can to try and lower it. Paroxetine 20 milligrams a day was followed by a placebo-controlled dose escalation. In non-responders, we found decreases BCL and AUC in all patients over 12 weeks of treatment. Robust increase in cortisol awakening response HPA axis activity. Yes. Dude, I want to do a deep dive on the HPA axis activity because Not only, yes, Susie made a little guest appearance. She came by to say hi. And what's worse is I'm starting to get like back here, like just under my arm and near my shoulder blade, I'm starting to get little fat rolls back there, and it doesn't look right. I don't like it. And it makes it really hard to wear a traditional bra because like it kind of like, it's almost like there's an intertube of fat that my boobs are connected to. And normal bras aren't constructed to contain all that. Yeah. So yeah, and naltrexone also works on the HPA axis and jacks up your cortisol. My blood pressure medication does the opposite of that. And also, I'm not taking naltrexone anymore, but my previous psychiatrist was adamant that I get on it, take it daily, stay on it. And funny enough, when a previous doctor also put me on naltrexone the first time around, that's when this started to grow. That's when I first noticed this. So yeah, I'm off all the meds that are making the cortisol worse. I'm on at least one medication that's making it better. I don't think the Adderall is helping with that, but the Adderall is helping with me feeling less stressed and less anxious and just happier and better. So I'm sure that at least is, like, the Adderall may be raising my cortisol a little bit, but the less stress I'm feeling because the medicine makes me feel better and function better, I think is counteracting it. And I saw another YouTube video with this clickbaity health guru, so grain of salt, obviously. But some of those people actually do have factual information to share from time to time. And I saw one video he did about how if you're trying to lower cortisol, you need to do it through aerobic exercise, because anaerobic exercise, the type that usually builds muscle and burns more fat, also raises your cortisol. So I've been walking a lot more, and I'm waiting for Walmart to refund the fucking couch I tried to buy from them. Because I paid money, paid almost $200 for this couch, drove out from my pickup window, and they waited 45 minutes to tell me that my order was canceled, so that was nice. And now the transaction is still pending in my bank account. They haven't given me my money back yet. I'm pissed off. But as soon as I get that money back, and or as soon as the invoice I turned in today gets cashed out, I'm buying myself some really nice walking shoes. I can actually show you. Oh, wait. Yeah, you know what? Never mind. I'll just show you when I get them. Yeah, my goal is 8,000 steps a day because my Fitbit does, you know, it buzzes me and it gives me a fun little animation, so dopamine. And, what else? What else was I gonna say? Oh, I'm probably gonna cut my fasting back to a 13-hour circadian rhythm fast because, hitting more of like a 16 or 18-hour day fast, even though I can do it and it's not that difficult for me at all, it does raise cortisol. So, you know, until I get all of this hypercortisolemia under control, I'm going to stay away from the weights, and I'm going to stay away from the heart or the longer fasts and stick to things that are more simple and help lower my cortisol. So, yeah. So I think we had a really good talk today, guys. I think it's been a good stream. It's, I'm 30 seconds away from an even 4 hours, and I don't want to get too hoarse or wear myself out. And there's other shit I want to do today too, so. Let's see. And I think I know exactly who I want to raid today. So we are going to go raid this person. This awesome person who I just discovered her stream a little while ago, but excuse me, But she's pretty fucking awesome. And she loves it when people raid her because she does this fun little thing. Yeah, so I've got her queued up and ready to go. And her name is Sir Caitlin. And if you like my intense energy and ADHD-ness and body positivity and sex positivity and fun stuff, then you're gonna fucking love hers. And she's also playing some scary games right now. She's playing Madison. I think that's new, like an indie horror game. I'm not sure. But we're gonna raid her. We're gonna have fun raiding her. And you know, we're just gonna do this for the raid message. Yeah. Just that. I'm all talked out. My brain's a little I think my brain has spent most of its dopamine. Yeah, so hey, you guys can get a preview of the game today after we raid her, and then get yelled at and shitboxed for trying to backseat Zeke tomorrow. So yeah, okay, let's. Well, oh god, it's the fucking circus song again. Fuck off. Wait, what's the name of the song? Spandex. It's actually the title of the song is Spandex Circus, but spelled with a Cirkus. Anyway. Okay, back to the beginning of the list. And back to life, back to reality. As I always say before we leave, no lite te bastardes comborandorm. Don't let the bastards grind you down. You grind them right the fuck back. Even if your ADHD makes it difficult. So, okay, / raid. Sir Caitlin. And I will see you guys over there. Have an awesome day or night or whatever your time zone is all around the world. And I'll most likely see you a week from today because it's getting a lot easier to stick to the schedules I want to stick to. So yeah, I'm going to put on my outro. We're going to raid. Life is awesome. See you soon.
Ashton! Oh my gosh!
Hell have you been, Loka?